Marshall, I was questioned as to why we started 6 minutes late yesterday after we called this. We said that in fact we were going to return at 1:30. So I am being consistent. We are initiating at 8:06 this morning. So whoever questioned me in public radio, I think that should be noted. But other than that, senators, we all do have copies of the most updated version, engrossed version before you. I understand that bond counsel has forwarded or is in the process of forwarding their response, and there may be some technical amendments that they would like to recommend be considered by the body because of all the most recent amendments to the legislation. That's one aspect. There's another provision that I made a general statement that should that particular provision be finalized, that we will revert back to that section to allow for consideration of that, and that is on the initial local sale or allowing local investors, Guam investors, to participate in any bond that's going to be floated as a result of Bill 51. So there's an amendment that's being finalized. I know that a few days ago, GITA representatives promised us that they were going to provide that. I was told that it's being finalized right now at the moment, and it will be forwarded within minutes. So based on those two aspects, senators, I'm asking you to try to thoroughly review the engrossed version that you have before you, and then we will come back in about 30 minutes, hopefully with the amendment in hand from GITA, as well as the inclusion or the proposed technical amendments by bond counsel. So with that in mind, like I said again, please, I encourage everyone to have a cursory review rather than taking an additional hour to allow our senators and our colleagues to further review the proposal. What I like to see is if in fact the technical corrections are just technical in nature and not substantive in nature, then obviously we'll proceed with the voting as quickly as possible. On that note, I would like to recognize the senators who are in the hallway. We got Senator Palacios, Vice Speaker Cruz, Senator Ada, Speaker Wampat, Senator Blas, Senator Barnes, who just stepped out a minute ago, and Senator Espaldon. Senators, we will recess until 8:40. Thank you.
see the crowd. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Hey, that's what they were saying before today. Yes, yes, I mentioned it because,
Yeah, no, he.
You know, I was gonna ask you, where's the? Then it's unlike how you described the other two of them.
Yeah, the other one he did, at least he did preface it was complicated. Technically complicated. Is there one? Is there one?
Okay, man, how much do we have to buy this big car? It's a train. We're buying up for you, but just take them up to the airport.
Yeah, I think I called him on that. The what?
oh, is that where you are?
Yeah. Oh, yesterday? No, Tuesday, Thursday, man. Hey,
Oh, but again, and I
1 hour.
How many of you guys?
It's usually a 3 on 3, 4 and 4.
What, 20, 12:30 to
12 to 1.
Full court?
No, half. You know, come on, let's get real, man. Our jump is only a tiptoe, bro. I mean, you know, that's a jump, man. You know?
buy our own cups.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
We need to pass it. No. After he got his historic amendment in,
After he's got his amendment in, and then what now? What is going on here? We might be really mad.
I was gonna wear purple today, but I.
Don't forget tomorrow's island wear, guys.
We are having session. What are you talking about?
You're study, yeah.
I told him you're.
DJ, if you wear study tomorrow, you better vote. Because you can watch from here. Man, this guy.
I want more.
Oh, no, I didn't know really at the guys. I thought they were going to wear pink today. Thursday, we're supposed to be.
Today is Barney Day.
Barney Day. Oh, that's
Everybody feels good today. Purple Day.
Taking it out. You know, that's it. That's too thick.
No, I think he's gonna move it.
Wait a minute.
That's what he wants to do.
Hey, red rice. Where'd you find this? Oh, yeah. Okay, but I got this
Like 5 series. It's good to see you. He's a serious. He's trying to get you, man. Did you see this? He's a serious bond. You should be a series. Put it back.
We're not talking about my station. The mic is better mic question. That I was serious.
But he says you guys are breaking apart.
No.
That's what he said.
This is a serious matter.
Seriously.
Serious action.
That's what Ray said. Hey, I see you guys do it. You and I said everyone breaking apart.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Ray wasn't on saying that. You know, it's not right in the state.
Not rotten, but
I knew the right call. It's just right.
I can't wait till she has to she's gonna tell Julia.
I tell you guys, now it's fascinating. We're going to go back to the original Tom invention. So we're just going to go back.
You know, it's a quiet version of read your engrossed business.
Who else?
No, I'm talking about the engrossed bill.
Oh, they didn't deliver you?
these two voted yes because their vote didn't count. Under the amendment. And then you voted for it too. You guys are SCARED. Scared of the boogeyman. But I'm sitting here thinking, okay, if I vote yes, it passes. Good catch for Gina. But you're not getting in the news enough. I don't even have a Gina, and I'm in the news almost every day. Yeah, I'm gonna go tease her. Gee, it's not in the news. I don't have. I don't even issue press releases. He just issues letters. No, but that's good. Is she ready? She's ready? Thank you for doing that and not photocopying the whole thing all over again. The landfill, thank you. Mother Earth loves you.
I'll take count. Pass first time. No. I just need to make sure it's 10. Just so you know, fucking it's going to be overrated. So I'll just announce for my amendment, yes.
Only for your amendment. I said the PhD is yours.
Not mine.
It's his basketball. He keeps saying he doesn't have any questions. I know.
found him. Hello? Hello? Yes. It's your father?
So see, you do have one, and is there why you keep saying you don't?
His father's name is BJ Cruz.
DJ, because you kept saying, I don't have any children,
I know.
and I don't want them to be able to do this. And there's someone, somebody went to the street. We're going to have all
Hold
these
it down, let me check.
people coming out of the woodwork. DJ's my father. Adopted. You don't think he's capable of making a child?
I'm sure he is. I'm not sure he wouldn't want to. He's selfish.
But you know, there's some people here.
That's to vote for the bill, right? That's to vote.
Yes. I have some friends that have surrogate children.
Oh, page 12.
It's their actual biological child that they got by surrogate.
Oh, we got four. Oh, I'm looking at that mine is old. Oh, that's the old one. Yeah, that's the updated version. Oh, should I have that one? Okay, I think this replaces that one. Okay. Yeah. But it made it in, right?
Tom, I transferred the ticket to your name. I emailed it to Joe and said this 3 days in 3 days in Bangkok and 5 days in Manila. At least you have an enclosed garage. I just was looking for my own provision as long as it got there. Where's Tina? I thought we had some boards that we had to approve this morning. Am I gonna have to move these?
that's just a qualifier in terms of how. And the bond council basically supposed to strike out that provided, however, that section thirty revenue. I mean, what we did when we struck out general, section thirty, but then the revenue, bond council came back and said, strike that whole thing. Once you strike the whole thing, then our ability to use
So you're recommending that we go back to the GF rather than section 30?
well, because there's no authorization, otherwise the only way to pay for the bond in section one is the and that's when you get into that situation.
Did you want to move to amend to corporate GF? See, the bond council recommended that this is what's in the bill.
Right, now the question is, are they trying to kill section one, right, make it so unviable, right? I mean, that we could actually become, you know,
Yeah, they're gonna say, hey,
I mean, are they forcing our hand essentially, right?
which version are you looking at?
Well, this was the original version, right? Bond council came out and struck it. Now, when we went to the original version, we struck out section 30.
Right.
Right? Bond council came back and struck it. So now, section one no longer has a provision that would authorize the use of general fund revenue.
Correct.
To augment the tipping fee. So as it reads right now, only tipping fees can be used for the principal payment and input of the bond reflow. Right? Then we get into the issue of how high is that tipping fee?
I think that's an excellent rate because you always have, in this case, because it's limited general obligation bond, that you always want to make sure that the general trust becomes an automatic fallback.
Right, and there's none in there.
Right now, yeah, he's right. Right now, the way it reads is that it's a limited general obligation bond, but at the same token,
Limited obligation.
limited obligation. Okay, limited obligation bond, limited general obligation bond, limited.
But there's no provision that would allow for general funds to be used to offset tipping fees. Because right now, the way it reads is, tipping fees shall be at that rate because the principal
That
payment.
reflects the payments and operation requirements.
Yeah, I'm talking $200 a month.
Go back and look at that because that was an original decision that was made by the body.
That's right, the original decision was just changing from revenue to general. That was the original decision. And then it was bond. But now you read it, again, the only thing is shall be that.
Right.
That renders one unviable. Or as anything viable, but at the risk of start something.
I mean,
I'll vote for this one.
I won't get it.
Huh? You won't?
It's fine, because the other one is only 8%, so.
In other words, they won't be able to put on one of for the 1/6 right now? Oh, like
Well, no, because that's right.
wow. Yeah, well, yeah. Plus, there's also the financing part. This is the Leon Guerrero amendment to announce locally.
Hopefully the retirement fund applies them.
I'm gonna ask Frank if he can stay. He got scolded by the people on the hill. Somehow Richard or Jerry found out and they scolded him. Don't you ever do that. And said you got scolded. No, she said it broke down.
Oh,
Yeah, at first I thought it was broken into, but it's broken.
oh my God.
Good morning, Senators. The Committee in the Whole is now back in session. I want to thank Senators for reviewing the language that is provided there. What I will do, I've asked, communicated with legal counsel to provide copies of the pages in which bond counsel has recommended significant deviations from what the body had entertained. The bond counsel, in a few instances, had recommended that they reverse the decision of the body. I will highlight those as we proceed forward and we discuss the bond counsel's recommendation. But because those particular issues were already discussed extensively by this body and in discussions with the legal counsel, I think it would be consistent with the actions of this body over the course of the past week and a half. But I will bring that to your attention and alert the body in terms of what recommendations were provided. But before we proceed with the review of the bond counsel's final look at Bill number 51 as engrossed before you, there's a couple of amendments that I committed that we will come back and revisit. One is dealing with allowing local investors to participate in any bond that's floated as a result of Bill number 51. So, Senators, if I can ask you to revert to page 26 on Section 2, local sales of bonds. Speaker Pangilinan, you wanted to come back and revisit this. You're recognized on this particular section.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I wanted to add a additional language at the end of this section to give greater guidance to get GITA for how they would solicit and offer local investors. One of the things we've found over the years, and even though we put this provision in here, we really haven't been able to give equal opportunity to our local investors who wish to purchase these Guam bonds that are sold in the commercial market. Because the Guam bonds are so much in demand when they're offered because of the triple tax exempt status, that the investment houses or the underwriters go to basically people they dealt with in the past, the hedge fund managers, the mutual fund managers and so forth, and say, hey, we've got this coming up, and they're Guam bonds, triple tax exempt, these guys are good guys, they've never defaulted, how much do you want? And they say, we'll take 100 million. Well, we only have 90, which means they take the entire issue. But it literally works in that manner where they just offer these things, and in an hour's time, all the bonds are committed. And then our local investors are not able to buy those bonds except on the secondary market, which increases their cost. So we wanted to give them equal footing. And so what the language I'm proposing would be to add a new paragraph at the end of Section 2 on page 26, after line 26. It would just read, and it's been passed out, GITA shall announce such bond issue in the local media outlets and solicit interest from local financial institutions, investment company, and investor representatives. Then GETCA shall accept pre-issuance subscription offers for such bonds prior to such bonds being offered to the non-local market. So in other words, we have our underwriters, we say we're going to go to market in a week or 2 weeks. This is the terms and conditions. And then those are determined. Then upon the determination of the market pricing of such bonds, GITA shall notify the local purchaser, who shall inform GITA of a decision and commit to the purchase and execute all documents necessary to complete that purchase. So GITA says we're offering this. This is our market pricing. They get offers from local purchasers, says I want to buy $10,000 worth of bonds. GITA reserves that $10,000. Once the final numbers are done, GITA notifies the local purchaser, here's it, commit now. And they commit, they execute the documents, and then $10,000 is reserved for these individuals. And this will all happen simultaneously with the pricing in the mainland. And it actually gives us an advantage in that, we know the general terms and conditions, we know the general market pricing, and we're dealing with individuals here who are, by the nature of interest and investment in the market, have dealt with these kind of things, and so they have to notify GITA, I'm in, I'm good. and then they're able to buy those bonds, and those bonds are then not sold because they've already been pre-purchased and pre-subscribed. It doesn't add anything to the cost except for the administration of GIDA and so forth. But GIDA gets fees from each bond issue, for their operations, and the amount of money they make versus what they would expend to implement something like this to give our local investors equal footing is minuscule, I think, and this is something we want to do. And I think it's a good thing. It keeps the money here on Guam. It keeps it circulating in our community in terms of the interest. It's paid to local taxpayers and so forth. So rather than all the interest being shipped off island, including the principal payments, even though the interest is not taxed for income tax purposes, but it's still given to our local investors who buy these bonds, and they end up spending that money or reinvesting it in something else. So it's a way to keep some of the money that we use to borrow to run our government or build our schools or build our dump in this case, to have some of that money stay off island instead of everything getting shipped off island. And so I ask my colleagues for their indulgence and support. Thank
you very much, Speaker Pangilinan. On Speaker Pangilinan's amendment, I'm sure everyone has a copy before you. Senator Calvo, you're recognized.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I rise in support of the amendment. Again, this is very creative, especially if we are to float out bonds, understanding that there are the interest rates that will be tagged into it. This would be, again, a good investment tool for some of our local investors. Any one of us here who's are participating in the GovGuam retirement fund have seen the value of the investments that have been hit really hard with the retirement fund. And hey, you got to have enough confidence in your community. So I think with this provision, it allows for the ability of our local businesses or individuals or organizations such as a retirement fund to invest within the community, and then at the same time receive a favorable interest rate that is it would be advantageous over other investment opportunities elsewhere. So I rise in support of the amendment.
Thank you very much, Senator Calvo. On Speaker Pangilinan's amendment, any further discussion? If not, Speaker Pangilinan, did you want to close?
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the body and ask, and after the vote on this, I beg the indulgence of the body to offer one more amendment.
On Speaker Pangilinan's amendment that is presently before the body, no objections, so ordered. Thank you, Speaker Pangilinan. Speaker Pangilinan, I'll revert back to you because you're proposing to add another section.
Yes.
To remain in the main body of this particular proposal, I'd like to recommend or identify or recognize, Senator Espadon. I know that there was a concern that you had regarding the provision that we have before us. Senator Espadon, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as I was reviewing this document that was put on our desk this morning, basically the engrossed version of the bill, after all the amendments have been made in prior days, I noticed that there was a deletion that was made, and I believe it was made upon the recommendation of bond counsel. And this section that was deleted, basically, if we all turn it, it's on section 51805. In the original version of the bill, as sent down by the governor, there was on line 13. Basically, in this section, it basically says that we should go out and the rates, the tipping fee rates and charges shall be at all times fixed to the annual yield, to yield annual revenue of the system, the solid waste system, at least equal to the sum of annual principal payments and interest charges. In other words, that says that if we go out and borrow if we go out in a bond market, borrow some money, the way that we repay that would be strictly from tipping fees. Now, one of the issues that was articulated, and one of the concerns that was articulated by Senator Tom Atta, which I believe a lot of us believe in also, is that if we raise tipping fees too high to the point that it's really unaffordable for many families, then we'll see a lot of trash being thrown into the boonies or being discarded in areas other than a solid waste facility. However, in the original bill, there was a caveat, and it said that provided, however,
that general fund revenues may be used for the purposes and treated as satisfying the requirements of this paragraph. In other words, in this, the caveat is that we don't need to raise tipping fees so high because we can actually augment the principal payments, the debt service, with general fund revenues. Now, prior to that, of course, the receiver was arguing it should be Section 30 revenues, but we as a body decided it should be general fund revenues. Fine. Now what happened is on the 23rd, 2 days ago, Bond Counsel came back with their own recommendations and struck that provision. And so that's what now is reflected in the bill before us. And the consequences are this, Mr. Chairman. Right now, the way the bill reads is that the only way we can pay back this bond borrowing is through tipping fees only. There is no authorization in this section that allows us to augment or to supplement those fees so that we can actually keep the tipping fees reasonable. So in other words, I'm just saying that if we have to go out and borrow $160 million on the bond market and we have to service that debt strictly from tipping fees, now we come into a situation where tipping fees will probably be in the hundreds of dollars per month. And this is where we don't want to go because the environmental consequences behind that. People will start dumping in the boonies. People will start getting rid of their trash in other areas and opt not to go down to any facility because the fee is just too high. I believe we need to add that section back in that was deleted by the Bond Council, as proposed by the Bond Council, that would provide us the ability to use the general fund, which was the original intent anyway of this legislature, of this body, at least as we talked about it, right, to be able to use general funds to augment tipping fees, to be able to subsidize some of the costs of the repayment of the bond. So I would move that we reinsert the original language as amended, which we amended to read from revenue, Section 30 revenue to general fund revenues, and put that section back into Section 51805. That's my motion.
Thank you very much, Senator Espadon. Any discussion on the Espadon amendment? Yes, Speaker Pangilinan, you're recognized.
I certainly understand the concern that has been voiced by my good colleague, but the reason why we kind of have this kind of confusion is that the governor tried to, kind of fool everyone that we're doing a revenue bond. If you look at the title, it says a revenue bond, not a limited obligation bond. And that provision would kick into place if it was purely a revenue bond. It no longer is a revenue bond, but they wanted to keep it in there to kind of, like I said, fool us, because everybody thinks, in the beginning that we were doing a revenue bond and pledging Section 30, and it's still a revenue bond. And it can't be. You can't get around the debt limit limitation. You can't get around, the pledge revenues and so forth. So they put that in there. In case we went out with a revenue bond and the tipping only, then the tipping fee is the only one. And it's so hard to reconcile because they interweave this revenue bond, limited obligation bond, and that's, I agree, that's what causes that confusion. So in another section here, they allow, and I was looking for it, they allow the general fund to kick in, and that's what they pledge for the repayment of the principal and interest. And because it's in one section and not the other, it's confusing, and it's confusing because we're still trying to put some wolf in sheep's clothing almost by saying that this is a revenue bond and we don't have to worry, we're not going to touch Section 30 revenues. Remember that whole debate with Mr. Manning that, don't worry because the revenues are going to be enough to support that, and Section 30 is only going to kick in if there's not enough revenue and so forth. Yet the rates aren't raised and the rates aren't enough to support it. So obviously what's going to kick in is Section 30. And so it's trying to assure us all of that and trying to weave those two together. So I don't know what to say other than that's my perspective on that issue. The fact that we now pledge the full faith and credit, does it say now that we're allowed to use the general fund to supplement, or with the existence of that provision, you have to raise the rates. I don't know. That's the reconciliation that has to be made by our legal minds here.
Thank you very much, Speaker Pangilinan. On the Espadon amendment, Senator Rector, you're recognized.
Yes, I rise in favor of the Espadon amendment. You know, sometimes we get caught up in these things and forget that we're one government and one people and one legislature who has the responsibility to make sure that this all works together for the betterment of the people at Guam. And he has a very good point. We know what happens in the past. Whenever we've raised fees to a point where people couldn't afford to tip, what happens? They end up tipping in my backyard or in your backyard and all of our backyards, which isn't good for anyone. So I stand in support of the Espadon amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Rector. Any further discussion on Senator Espadon's amendment? Senator Respicio, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that concern that the senator from Tamuning brought up. And it's just kind of perplexing that just now, when we're almost ready to rise and talk about voting on this bill, just now there's discussion about, oh my God, how much is the tipping fee going to cost? And I want to point out that in the bill, there's a provision that this legislature would require the indenture to say that the Public Utilities Commission will raise the rates in order to recoup costs to finance this bond, inclusive of the interest and principal payments. And so, I mean, this is what concerns me about this entire process, that cost was never a factor. And we already know what the cost estimates will be, let alone how much it'll cost if we float $160 million, let alone how much it'll cost for the solution that was outlined through the consent decree process. So what concerns me is that you might want to say that the general fund will supplement this so that the tipping fees don't rise to a point where it's not affordable. But there's a provision in here that would require that the PUC will adjust the rates in order to finance this bond. And we all know, given the past history of the PUC, and every time GPA petitions a rate hike, all they have to do is justify that the cost of doing services is lower than what it actually is, so then the rates are adjusted correspondingly. And almost in every instance, we see a rate hike. And so because that provision is there, there's no guarantee what the tipping fee will cost, and there's no guarantee that this project would have to be run based on the most efficient manner, because the tipping fees would just be raised regardless of what kind of collection they get. And so I just wanted to express that concern.
Thank you very much, Senator Respicio. Any further discussion on the Espadon amendment? Senator Tanoe, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, this is an interesting discussion. Of course, it's very healthy for debate, and I think it's befitting this juncture that we start to talk about this, as the previous speaker alluded to. And determining what is reasonable is really up to the PUC. We created that. That's one of the functions of this bill. And reasonableness is determined by a number of factors, and the ability to pay, the economic conditions at the time. And I think the good gentleman from Tamuning here, he's trying to allow for what has actually been done in the past, which is effectively the general fund, by direct appropriations to Department of Public Works and the solid waste facilities and personnel within that department, have basically funded what the tipping fees have not funded, be the equipment, the vehicles, the personnel, the management and responsibilities that go along with taking care of the solid waste of our island. So this is nothing new, clearly, with regards to this particular amendment. And as a matter of fact, it allows for the PUC to use the general fund, which is the wisdom of the body previously passed in this particular session, to allow for the general fund to lift some of that burden, which ultimately is going to be borne by everyone. So all the taxes and general fund revenues, including Section 30, is now going to be assigned for the payment of this bond in whatever form it goes, whether it's a lease or any variation of the bond that goes out in whatever series. So it's a reasonable amendment. I appreciate the gentleman's concern, and I have the same concerns. There is a point where it becomes unaffordable for residents, and every jurisdiction wrestles with that and tries to put together a system which is not overly burdensome to its citizenry, so that they can effectively have a waste system that tries to recycle, but at the same time is not so onerous that they have to drive a unreasonable distance, because all of this comes back to the reasonableness measure, and the PUC is given the responsibility of determining what that reasonable amount is, and then from that point, after the reasonable amount is determined by the PUC, and they say, well, this is unreasonable, this is reasonable, whatever is beyond the reasonable measure will then be borne by all of the people of Guam in the form of taxes and other revenues going to the general fund. So I think the intent here is honorable, and I support the gentleman's amendment from Tamuning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Tenorio. On the Espadon amendment, Senator Ada, you recognize.
Mr. Chairman, I certainly support the amendment that's being proffered by a gentleman from Tamuning. However, as I was reading through the document, of course, in page 11, paragraph H, starting on line 16, one of the requirements, I guess, for the indentures to have a provision there requiring the government, with the approval of the PUC, of course, to set rates at a level that would be adequate to address the debt service requirements. But it also says in that particular paragraph that the rates, together with other available revenues, must be sufficient to pay the principal off and interest on the bonds. And of course, it's not clear how revenues, if Governor Guam was to provide an appropriation to Department of Public Works to subsidize that operation, let's say the operation and maintenance portion of it, then if that appropriation can be deemed to be revenue, as is stated here in paragraph H, then that addresses the concern to ensure that there's some kind of a relief provided, so that then we don't end up with a situation where people are dumping their trash in the jungles, unlike the power and water, where if you can't afford it, you just start turning off lights and reducing your consumption. So, but I'm somewhat in a quandary as to whether, in fact, that particular provision will address that concern, because the page that was being cited, section 51805 on page 7, simply states that PUC must fix it at fix the rates and the fees at that level adequate to cover full cost of services, and does not provide any sort of wiggle room for a subsidy from the general fund. So I guess I would have to ask legal counsel, how do we reconcile those two paragraphs?
Thank you very much, Senator Ada. On that note, we'll take a 2-minute recess.
send him like an email or a fax. Yeah. No, I think Roland and then it's up to him who to inform because he was saying that they are that's a meeting of this and that. Yeah, what other viewer can okay, so when we haven't scheduled that yet, right? Like that, the thing that I mean, I cannot monitor the things that are yeah, no, but nothing is being done if I don't push it. You know, Fred, when I'm not gonna practice and wait until the 6th day and then fight on the 5 days. This public notice minimum says 5 days. We can do it 15 days. And that's why I wanna get back on the date of
Good morning, Senators. The Committee of the Whole is now back in session. Senator Atta, you had the floor. Did you want to yield to one of our colleagues?
Well,
if not, I'll yield to the
gentleman
author
from
of the
Mooney.
amendment. Senator Espadon, you're recognized. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Guthertz, you're recognized on the amendment.
You know, Mr. Chairman, I've been listening to the discussion on the amendment. I appreciate the amendment, but to me, it's a revelation. Because basically what it would do would be to allow this government to subsidize the tipping fees. Am I correct? What are we doing here? You know, this brings us back to the whole concern that some of us have expressed from day one, that building this landfill in Don Don is going to cost the people of Guam an arm and a leg. And we're admitting it with this amendment that we're going to have to subsidize tipping fees because we know our people will not be able to afford the tipping fees. To me, this is very wrong. And I'm not speaking to the amendment, I'm speaking to the whole issue. This is crazy. Absolutely insane. That we're sitting here knowing full well that this landfill is going to be built at a cost that's so astronomical that we'll be paying for it forever, and our people won't be able to afford to pay a monthly tipping fee for it. And so we're admitting with this amendment that this government's going to have to be ready to subsidize it. We're pushed against the wall by the court, and this is the reality. To me, this is not smart thinking, Mr. Chairman. Smart thinking is insisting that we look at other alternatives, viable alternatives, whatever it may be, to deal with this problem. And at least for the record, we know, and congratulations to Gita for being able to identify at least 9 different companies that want to build a solution to this landfill problem. And we are supporting that possibility because that is one of the options that's contained in this bill that's moving forward. But our challenge is to get the judge to please consider these options. But I'd like it to be on the record that this legislature is admitting by this amendment that our people will not be able to afford to pay the tipping fees for the landfill, and that we're probably going to have to use general fund money to subsidize it, which also is a bad decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Guthertz. On your amendment, Senator Espadon, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, during the break, we did get together with bond counsel. Not bond counsel, with our legal counsel, along with Senator Atta and a few others. And we looked at several other sections. And we looked, and with the legal counsel, we also looked at the legal statutory construction of this section that we're discussing right now. And there are a few words that start the paragraph, except to the extent otherwise permitted or required by an indenture pursuant to which bonds are issued. That little phrase alone, again, has a lot of legal significance. And so when Senator Atta did point to the next section, which is on page 11, under section 51811, under sub-item H, he does point out, and it was agreed to by legal counsel, that does provide for a subsidy of some sort. So again, maybe my amendment may be redundant once now that we have kind of cleared this with legal counsel and have discussed it among ourselves, and then as was further pointed out by the good senator from Mighty, Senator Calvo, that also under section 51829 on page 21, that also might provide some kind of funding to help subsidize tipping fees, so that it won't raise to a rate that would be so high that we could not afford. So with that, I do now withdraw my amendment and leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Senator Espadon. Senator Espadon's amendment has been withdrawn. Senators, I do have one amendment that is going to be proffered by Speaker Pangilinan, and then we will shortly go through the bond council's recommendation. You do have a couple of proposed amendments that I think the body seriously has to consider, and it was provided by our legal counsel based on the bond council's recommendation. So you do have that before you. If you can initiate your review of that, and then we're going to entertain Speaker Pangilinan's proposed amendment and then move forward with bond council's review of this particular proposal in its present form. Speaker Pangilinan, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the amendment I propose has also been passed out, and it would be to add a new section 51843 to section 1 of the bill, which would be basically at the end of page 27, or at page 26. So it'd be a new section. And basically what this amendment would do is say that the bonds authorized pursuant to this article, Article 8, which is the bonds here, shall only be issued if the income tax refund, COLA deficit financing bonds are as authorized in 5 GCA 1521.1 are also issued at the same time or earlier. And basically, Mr. Chair, the window for Guam bonds are going to be the same window for COLA as well as the same window for the landfill. And so if there's a window, I'm just asking that the governor puts both bonds in that window and let the bond buyers decide which one to buy, so that everyone has a fair chance, to get some money when the market stabilizes and so forth. So all it's requiring is that, when you offer the dump bonds, you also offer the income tax refund COLA bonds for sale at the same time or earlier. That's all.
Thank you very much, Speaker Pangilinan. On Speaker Pangilinan's amendment to add a new subsection 51843 to section 1 of the proposed legislation. Senator Tenorio, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I want to thank the mover of the amendment. I just wanted to ask a question. Maybe you can answer it, but we were talking about the debt ceiling yesterday, about how, where we're at now. If we have a current authorization that puts us about $100 million short of the debt ceiling cap right now, and if we authorize, the current one, which is already in law, and then we authorize this new one here, I know the judge said that the legislature is required to authorize bonds up to the maximum necessary to build the new landfill facility and close or that dump. Would we, if we authorize this one in the current bill 160, would we break that ceiling with the old authorization as well as this one?
Yes, but I'm talking about the issuance. So, for
example,
example,
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so the way this would work is the governor decides he's going to go for 160 on the bonds, right?
Right.
So he can only then offer 150 on the COLA bonds. You know what I mean? So that it doesn't exceed the amount.
Okay.
Because both laws have a prohibition that no bond shall be issued above that. So, yeah, so it would not, we could not put out to market more
than
bonds
is
than
allowable under the debt
correct.
ceiling.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Tenorio. On Speaker Pangilinan's amendment, any further discussion? If not, Speaker Pangilinan, you may close on your amendment. Any objections? No objections, so ordered. Senators, if I can beg your indulgence. Speaker Pangilinan, the severability clause has been incorporated into the main legislation.
No, I just wanted to ask a question on the, are we going to go on the bill?
Yes, we are going to proceed now with the bond council's recommendation page by page, section by section. So, Senators, there's a couple of deletions and just one-word amendments and technical corrections that I want to bring to your attention so that, in fact, we're on the same page. Rather than reduplicating the 30-some pages of the entire, 40 pages of the entire document, I will go section by section. If you can please follow me The two significant amendments that have been proffered by bond counsel that needs your consideration or the consideration of the body has been forwarded and distributed and appropriately labeled. When we get to that section, I will entertain that in terms of the decision ultimately of what the body would like to do. So, senators, if I can ask you to refer to page, I'm working on two documents simultaneously, senators, so if I can ask you to I beg your indulgence. On sub item I, the first subsection, where it reads pledge revenues, page 3 on the document that you have before you, the bond counsel deleted the words and any general fund revenues. This is an item
Point of
that
order?
we had. Yes, Senator
Point of order,
Speaker,
Mr.
you
Chairman?
recognize on your point of order.
Yeah, is there any member in this body who would be willing to take up these amendments? Because I don't know if it's appropriate. I don't think it's appropriate, rather, that the bond counsel be allowed to function as if though he was a member of this body.
Absolutely not. Senator Speaker, these are all recommendations.
But if there's no interest in shepherding this concerns by any member of this body, then I see no point in addressing it.
But I wanted to present the items item by item in terms of what the recommendation of the bond counsel is.
Then maybe
so ultimately, if there's no motion, then we'll
maybe
proceed
you
accordingly.
can relinquish the chair.
But many of these decisions or proposals by bond counsel have already been addressed by this body.
No, well, my point is, if you're interested in bringing these things up to the body, maybe you can present this to us. From
Absolutely,
the floor,
I think you bring up a different perspective. That's where we can openly dialogue. Senator Palacios, if I can ask you to please take the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I do, like I said, senators, beg your indulgence rather than reproducing the entire document. Some of these are just one-word deletions or recommendations.
Senator Agon, you recognize, sir?
Thank you very much, senators. If I can, Mr. Chairman, if I can ask like I mentioned a little earlier, the indulgence of the members of the body. Some of these recommendations or deletions were previously acted on by this body. And rather than arbitrarily running copies, and I understand the nature of the complication, with the exception of the two proposals that have been circulated, many of these are just single word or single verbiage. So if you can follow me along this line on page 3, subsection I, the bond counsel recommended the deletion of the words and any general fund revenue. Mr. Chairman, because this was an issue that was already deliberated extensively, I would recommend that we proceed forward. No action on the part of the body because this was already extensively discussed in previous discussions.
So noted then.
Okay, on page, senators, on subsection 51803,
Page 5.
page 5 and 6. Bond counsel's recommendation is the deletion of the word such system bond costs. Line 3 on page 6, such system, I'm sorry. I'm trying to, line 1, page 6, such system bond costs.
Page 5.
Okay, page 5.
Last sentence.
The last sentence of such system bond costs. That was a recommendation by bond counsel, but because it was discussed previously, Mr. Chair, I will not make any recommendation for adoption. Mr. Chair, any There wasn't a recommendation. I just wanted to bring it to the attention that bond counsel recommended that particular deletion.
And these have already been taken care of.
This was previously discussed by the body. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. We're trying to work off of two separate documents. Anyways, Mr. Chair, if I can, let's. Mr. Chair, so that everyone can properly follow, if I can ask the body to refer to bond counsel number 1, the proposed amendment on subsection 51822. And we take that route rather than revisiting some of these amendments that were proposed. Page 18, subsection 51822. The amendment that you have before you, Mr. Chairman and Senators, is the proposed amendment by bond counsel as it applies to this particular section. The amendment that reached bond counsel number 1 on the top right. That's correct. Subsection 51822. That's an additional recommendation by bond counsel for consideration by the body.
Point of information. Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Senator Espadon.
Within this recommendation by bond counsel, it cites on page 19, it cites the pledge shall not be subject to Division 9 of Title 13. I'm not sure what Division 9 of Title 13 is. If we could just ask legal counsel perhaps to clarify what exactly that is.
The waiver of immunity.
Oh, that's the
Mr.
waiver
Chair.
of immunity?
Senator, can you still have the floor, sir?
I just need a little further clarification in terms of when we start talking waiver of immunity, are we foregoing, the pledge shall not be subject, so in other words, are we waiving our immunity or are we not waiving, or we are not allowed to waive? I guess that's what we need clarification on. We are waiving immunity. Well, that's what I want to make sure that, you know, whether the government is waiving it or we as a body, as individuals, are waiving our immunity as government officials. I just want to make sure. Well, and that's why I want to clarify exactly what this section covers, because it's being proposed, you know, and I just want to make sure that if we understand what we're doing here. They're citing a certain provision of law that we don't have before us.
Senator, that's a point of information.
That is a point of information.
Yes, it's a point of information, Mr. Chairman, and I think we're still awaiting clarification from legal counsel.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Well, before we can move the floor amendment, we would have to understand what it says. No. Because before we can actually move it, we have to understand what the amendment says.
Mr. Chair, just for purposes of discussions, if I may, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move for the adoption of Bond Council Amendment Number 1 so that we can continue our deliberation in it for purposes of discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So there's a motion to adopt the recommendation of the bond council number one. Any speaker? May I allow the legal counsel to give the clarification?
What I think, they're just kind of rewording the language. Do you see on page 19 on the handout, that the box that they're deleting? This spells out what is in the secure transactions code that you're citing here, Title 13, Division 9. It's about physical delivery of the document. So I think they're not really changing it substantially. They're just changing the way they're writing it. But it's consistent with the original version that we have.
Senator Spaldon.
I'm sorry, legal counsel. You're saying that that section of Title 13, Division 9 deals with secure transactions, and this particular division, Division 9, is that just solely secure transactions? Or is there, and again, I see this little notation on the proposal from bond counsel. However, that's a deletion, right? In other words, that little note is said they deleted that. So it doesn't really address the concern I have in terms of what is Title 13. The pledge shall not be subject. So what are we not subject to? What is the pledge not subject to? To secure transactions law?
Okay, you see on the deleted box where it says without any physical delivery thereof. I think it's that part of the secure transaction law that requires. I mean, Division 9 is secure transaction sales of accounts and chattel paper. And so I just think it's that part that, may have other technical requirements of delivery, physical delivery.
Okay,
and then and then the other part in the deleted box is shall be valid and binding against all parties having claims. That's not in Title 13. That I think they just take out because they have it in here in another place. That's the immunity of the government. In other words, the government of Guam, according to this first paragraph, is going to be that you're pledging you're subject to a lien without any further requirements. Without physical delivery of these documents and filing or whatever other requirements are in the
Title 13.
Yes.
Okay, so there are requirements in Title 13, and they're saying that this authorization is not subject to Title 13. In other words, there is no physical delivery and all those little
technical
procedural
requirements
issues.
of other mortgages, things like that.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Satisfied with Senator Spaldon?
Yes,
Senator Rector, you recognize? I understand you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I think that answered my question as well.
Thank you, Senator Rector. Senator Agun, you still have the floor, sir?
Can we move for the previous question, Mr. Chair? Just move for the previous question.
Move on the
amendment.
Okay. Any other speaker on the amendment? There being none, any objection to the amendment? No objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, if I can ask, this is pretty much the same provision that is being incorporated into the leaseback component, but because that's a separate matter, not reflective of the revenue bond, I'm not going to move for it to amend its adoption. So I'm done with our cursory review of the bond council's submission.
Senator Agun, you're referring to bond council number 2 then? You're not moving it. So it's just an information. Any opinion, any remarks? So that being done, okay. So noted. Senator Agun, any other? Senator Ben?
I just wanted to ask one question, and that is at the end of the bill, page 39, authorization to solicit viable alternative financing. And the question I had was, Legislatura does hereby authorize the Guam Economic Development Authority to prepare a single multiple request for proposal which would identify any viable alternative means of financing a remedy to the violation of the Clean Water Act at the Longfit River, which led to the consent decree or any other violations. After evaluation of the proposal submitted and approval of the U.S. EPA, GETCA shall submit its findings and recommendations to the governor. The question I had is, I thought yesterday we were directing GIDA to issue one. You know, in other words, if we're authorizing them, they may decide that they're not going to do it. And that doesn't provide us then the opportunity to look at these other offers and so forth. So, you know, it kind of hangs. I mean, if we're serious about looking at alternative ways of processing our municipal solid waste, which I fully support, you know, then I would like to rather than authorize, maybe just directs or GETCA shall issue, you know, RFP, multiple or single, for anything out there that will resolve the issue we have of the Clean Water Act and so forth, that will provide us an alternative way. So rather than, if there may be no objection, I'd just like to rather than does hereby authorize, rather just say hereby directs GIDA to prepare and issue. Yeah. Rather than hereby authorize GIDA authority to, yeah, something like that, you know. So I would just write, just delete Legislatura does hereby authorize, beginning on line 22, and just say the Guam Economic Authority shall prepare and issue a multiple request for proposal which would identify and within 30 days? Yeah. Request to, I get that the title can be changed by the council to fit the body.
So that's a motion is to...
That would be my motion.
To...
30 days.
So that's a motion to actually to strike out Legislatura, does hereby authorize the, and
Right.
then actually the new sentence would be Guam Economic Development Authority shall prepare.
And issue.
Shall prepare and issue.
Yeah.
Okay. A single or multiple?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Everything.
Any speaker?
Within 30 days, yeah.
Senator Blas, you recognize, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just point of inquiry. I recognize, and we're trying to make it time specific, but I think we need to tighten that up a little bit more. Maybe 30 days from the enactment of this enactment, because 30 days can be defined many different ways.
Okay, just make adjustments then. Okay. So that's an amendment to the 30 days, within 30 days. So that allows for sooner or, okay. Senator Ara, you're recognized, sir?
Mr. Chairman, I was looking for the section earlier. We had an amendment was made regarding the uses of the proceeds, and one of them was to pay for the hiring of professional services to develop the request for proposal packages and the evaluation thereof, and then for that report to be submitted within 180 days. And it would seem then that we may be having some inconsistency if in one section we required it in 30 days And then in another section, we require it in 180, recognizing that it may take a little bit of time to put together the package, put it out, have people respond to it, and then time to evaluate it. So I'm trying to find that particular section, Mr. Chairman, and to see if that might satisfy the concerns. If I can just take a 1 minute break, a recess.
1 minute recess. Legislature back in session. Senator, you still have the floor, sir?
I think my concerns have been addressed. We can just go back to the previous speaker on the amendment that was being made.
No, thank you for that. Any other discussion on Senator Argon?
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I certainly am in support of the amendment and also incorporating the timelines within 30 days of the enactment of this provision, because I think it's important that not only do we react based on the RFI and the 9 proposals that were submitted, but that we focus in on addressing the Clean Water Act. I guess the only question I have here, Mr. Chair, is just in reference to the amendment. Now we have GITA putting out the multiple or single requests for proposals, and because this would address an issue that directly affects our environment, EPA, directly affects a facility in which is overseen by DPW, would it be appropriate to put in language here that would incorporate those two agencies and recognize that they really should be part of this initial submission? I guess, Mr. Chair, if I can just ask your consideration, because to come back after this amendment, because I think it only adds to the main section rather than the amendment that's proffered. But I certainly support Speaker Ben's amendment.
Senator Ben, would you like to close on the amendment then? Okay, so.
Point of information, could I get the
Senator
amendment
Benton.
restated? We've moved around in so many different sections, I might have, without having it in writing. Where is the amendment? Could we get it restated, please?
Page 39, if I may. On page 39, beginning on line 22, you would strike the word E on line 22. On 23, Legislatura does hereby authorize. Strike that line out. Then you would have a capital T, the Guam Economic Development Authority shall prepare and issue a single or multiple request for proposal within 30 days of the enactment of this act, which would identify any viable alternative means of so forth and so forth.
Could I speak on the amendment then?
Go ahead, sir.
Would request for proposal be appropriate in there, or would it be request for information? Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Just for clarification, essentially, the amendment, the speaker is, instead of authorize, shall. So that way, of course, they will do. It will be done. Yes, sir. So, Senator Ogona, you say you want to come back to? Yeah. Okay. Any objection to the? No objection. So ordered. Senator Ogden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I beg the indulgence of the body, just so that in fact there's proper coordination. I hate to go off of presumptions that in fact these government agencies are going to be walking hand in hand with some of these requests for proposals. So I'd like to move for the incorporation of the following agencies, and it would read the Guam Economic Development Authority, page 39, section 8, the Guam Economic Development Authority, in consultation with the Guam Environmental Protection, or Guam EPA, and DPW, then continue on with the previously adopted language. So it would ensure that at least the Guam EPA is part of this entire discussion in formulating the request for proposal, and then obviously because of DPW's oversight with regards to the lawn fit situation and the order dump, then I think that they also should be at least party to understanding what is being presented forward. So that's my amendment, Mr. Chair, and I ask our colleagues to consider that. Thank you. To clarify again, Mr. Chairman, if I may, it would read,
Yes.
This is how it would read initially, based on the amendment that was proffered by Speaker Pangilinan. Page 39, Section 8, the Guam Economic Development Authority, in consultation with the Guam EPA, or in consultation with Guam EPA and DPW, and then continue on with the previously adopted language. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any objection to the Ogden amendment? No objection. So ordered. So, Mr. Chairman.
This is where the rubber meets the road. Thank you very much, Senator Palacios. Senators, we have concluded our discussion on Bill number 51, COR, as amended in the Committee of the Whole. We do have to take a vote on the measure, and then based on the action of this Committee of the Whole, proceed with the recommendation to the Speaker in regular legislative session. On that note, because of the nature of the legislation, I would like to Okay, senators, I'm trying to get guidance along the way because obviously I've been out of the system for quite some time. So, senators, we have completed our discussion and our conversation on Bill number 51 as amended. And the committee of the whole will now rise with a recommendation to the Speaker of the Legislature that this proposal, with a recommendation to do pass and to be placed in the third reading file for consideration and voting by the body, with all amendments intact and with and thank you, Speaker Pangilinan, and with legal counsel to make technical corrections as the legislation is finalized. Any objections? No objections? So ordered. Thank you, senators, and thank you for your assistance.
The legislature's back in session. Senator Respicio, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, notwithstanding the House rules, I move to suspend any other items on second reading file and to go down to the voting file and then to revert back to the second reading file after voting on all the confirmations and Bill 51.
Ready?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I got ahead of myself.
Senator Argun, you're recognized for a recommendation.
Thank you very much, Speaker Wampat. Madam Speaker, before I make my recommendation, I'd like to first of all extend my appreciation to the members of this legislative body and also the executive branch and also bond counsel who's located in somewhere in the mainland. I think it was San Francisco. But I think what we've done in the last week and a half is certainly try to formulate legislation that would be appropriate for the judge to consider in the executive branch. On that note, Madam Speaker, I'd like to move that I'd like to report back to the legislative body that in fact the Committee of the Whole has duly considered Bill number 51, COR, and would like to report its recommendation to be placed in third reading file with all amendments intact and with legal counsel being authorized to make technical corrections and to place it in third reading file.
But that has to be done in a motion, not just reporting it out. So your motion is
My motion is to place the Bill number 51 as considered by the Committee of the Whole with all amendments intact and with authorization to provide legal counsel the opportunity to make technical corrections that this legislation be placed in the third reading file for voting.
That's it's to
The motion is to place Bill 51 COR as amended in third reading for voting by the body.
Okay. So on the motion, are there any objections? No objections, order. Okay. Senator Respicio, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, notwithstanding the House rules, I move that we suspend any further discussion on items on the second reading file, go down to the voting file to address all those items in that file, and then to revert back to the second reading file after voting.
On that motion, are there any objections? No objections, so ordered. 9. There are 9 of them?
10. Bill 51 is number 10.
Okay. So on the appointment of Mr. Danilo M. Rapadas to serve as a member of the Guam Banking and Insurance Board, please show a show of hands. Those who are in favor, please raise your hand. Motion carries. On the appointment of Ms. Eldefrida Artero Adat to serve as a member of the Guam Banking and Insurance Board, please raise your hands. Ms. Elfrida Artero Adat then is duly confirmed by this body. On the appointment of Mr. David L.G. Shimizu to serve as Director, Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse. Roll call.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Senator Ada. Senator Agun. Senator Bloss. Senator Calvo. Senator Cruz. Senator Spaldon. Senator Guthertz. Senator Munia Barnes. Senator Palacios. Speaker Pangilinan. Senator Rector. Senator Respicio. Senator Taitagui. Senator Tenorio. Speaker Wampet.
Yes. On the appointment of Dr. Dave Shimizu to serve as Director of Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse, he has received 15 yeas. Dr. David, you're duly confirmed by this body. On the appointment of Mr. Francis P. Camacho to serve as a member of the Guam Economic Development Authority Board of Directors, all in favor, please raise your hand. Mr. Francis Camacho then is duly confirmed by this body. On the appointment of Mr. Arnold Jose to serve as a member of the Guam Economic Development Authority Board of Directors, please raise your hand. Mr. Arnold C. Jose is duly confirmed. On the appointment of Mr. Jose Guevara to serve as a member of the board of the Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority Board, please raise your hands. All in favor? Mr. Jose Guevara is duly confirmed. On the appointment of Mr. Marcus Funk to serve as a member of the University of Guam Board of Regents, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Mr. Marcus Fong is duly confirmed by this body. And on the appointment of Ms. Gina Ramos to serve as a member of the Guam Community College Board of Trustees, please raise your hand if you're in favor. Ms. Gina Ramos is duly confirmed by this body. On the appointment of Mr. Dennis Santo Tomas to serve as Director of Customs and Quarantine Agency, roll call.
Senator Adat. Senator Uggan. Senator Blas. Senator Calvo. Senator Cruz. Senator Espadon. Senator Guthertz. Senator Munoz Barnes. Senator Palacios. Speaker Pangilinan. Senator Rector. Senator Respicio. Senator Taitagui. Senator Tenorio. Speaker Wampet.
Yes. On the appointment of Mr. Dennis Santo Tomas to serve as Director of Customs and Quarantine Agency, received 14 yeas and 1 nay. Mr. Santo Tomas is duly confirmed by this legislature. Substitute Bill number 51.
Madam Speaker?
Or, I'm sorry, Bill S. I'm sorry. As submitted by committee. Senator Respicio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that we be allowed to vote on Bill number 51 without engrossment.
On that motion, without any objections, so ordered. Would the clerk please read Bill 51 as submitted by the committee?
Bill number 51 COR as amended in the Committee of the Whole, introduced by the Committee on Rules, Natural Resources, Federal, Foreign, and Micronesian Affairs by request of Imagala and Guahan in accordance with the Organic Act of Guam. An act to add a new Article 8 to Division 2 of Chapter 51 of Title 10 of the Guam Code annotated relative to authorizing the Government of Guam to issue solid waste management system bonds for the purpose of financing facilities of the solid waste management system of Guam and approving the terms and conditions of the issuance of one or more series of such bonds pursuant to such article to pay the cost of a new landfill and the closure of the ordered landfill and other system costs, to add a new Article 9 to Division 2 of Chapter 51 of Title 10 Guam Code annotated relative to authorizing the Government of Guam to enter into a lease and a lease back for the purpose of financing facilities of the solid waste management system of Guam and approving the terms and conditions of such leases pursuant to such article to pay the cost of a new landfill and the closure of the ordered landfill and other system costs, to authorize the issuance of private activity bonds for the construction of solid waste disposal facilities, to prohibit payments without appropriations and to authorize the Guam Economic Development to solicit alternative financing.
Roll call.
Senator Ada. Senator Agan. Senator Blas. Senator Calvo. Senator Cruz. Senator Espaldon. Senator Gutherts. Senator Barnes. Senator Palacios. Senator Pangilinan. Senator Rector. Senator Respicio. Senator Tidegui. Senator Tenorio. Senator Wampat.
Yes.
Senator Cruz. Senator Espaldon. Senator Cruz. Senator Espaldon.
Amended Bill number 51, COR, received 12 yeas, 3 nays. Amended Bill 51 is duly passed. Senator Respicio. Okay. A motion to. Oh, you made the motion earlier that we're going to go back to second reading? Okay. So we are in second reading. The next bill is bill number 37.
We made copies of the.
So the author. Please make sure that everyone has a copy of Bill 37. Bill number 37.
It's in your second reading folder.
No. Does everybody have a copy then of Bill 37? Sergeant at Arms, please make sure that every senator has a copy of Bill 37. And it's the as substituted by the committee. Okay, so Senator Palacios on Bill 37, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, of course, Bill 37 is as substituted by the Committee on Utilities, Transportation, Public Works, and Veterans Affairs. Okay. Okay.
Wait, no, the chairman, please, the author. So motion to accept.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Correction on that. Yes, I'd like to move that Bill 37, as substituted by the Committee on Utilities, Transportation, and Public Works and Veterans Affairs, be accepted.
On the motion, then, without any objections, Senator Tenorio.
Madam Speaker, I do not have a committee report on this in my folder, and I don't know where the changes are made. Would the good gentleman just articulate some of the more substantive changes as substituted so that we can understand what we're accepting on the substitute version?
Can I refer that to the chairman?
Madam Speaker, I have a...
Senator Ada, you're recognized.
Thank you. The gentleman is correct that the substitute bill that was in the committee report does not reflect the underlined and the deletions. So I do have available here another copy of the substitute, which does show the amendments that were made to the original bill that was submitted. So if you can just guide me along how we may be able to then accept that for purposes of a substitute bill, and at the end of it says MU, which indicates that there's the markup, and that I think will satisfy the gentleman's concern.
Well,
Senator
Madam Speaker, then I
Tenorio.
ask that we be given a couple minutes just to look at it before we swallow this. This is a pretty substantive bill, so I want to make sure that before we accept it, that I know what we're accepting.
Well, actually, the senator's having the copies distributed now. The markup bill by the committee.
Yeah. But you have, in order to be able to talk about it, you have to accept it. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? The cola bar came first. Yeah, the cola bar came first. Did you see how good this guy? Oh, I know. I told her, I said, don't ever get into a debate between pro-life folks and just quit bringing those. Just talk about the demerits of the bill and how it's not going to work.
Okay, Senator Palacios, and you're recognized.
The original
on the
motion?
committee. Okay, no, but this is, so the committee is going to make the motion, the committee chairman? Senator Ada?
Yes, Madam Speaker. So I'd like to move that Bill 37, as substituted by the Committee on Utilities, Transportation, and Public Works and Veterans Affairs, MU, be accepted for purposes of discussion.
On that motion, then, without any objection, so ordered. So is Senator Palacios now to motion to place, and then you may proceed to speak.
Madam Speaker, I move that Bill 37, as substituted by the Committee on Utilities, Transportation, Public Works, and Veterans Affairs, be placed in the third reading file for purpose of discussion. And if I can
Okay,
just
please
give a brief
proceed.
remark. Actually, Bill 37, Madam Speaker, proposes to reestablish what was known as the Guam Mass Transit Authority. I would say that it is the new and improved Mass Transit Authority under a new name, Guam Regional Transit Authority. And a a lot has been learned, I guess, from the shortcomings of the past and of the present. I understand that with the understaffing at the Department of Administration, under the guidance of the Deputy Director, it's hardly really getting much recognition with respect to what it needs. And nowadays, more and more, the need for mass transportation is coming back as a need by this community here with the expected growth, of course. In fact, this has been taken into consideration in the 2030 Transportation Master Plan. Bill 37 had been heard in the 29th Guam Legislature. It incorporated a lot of federal testimonies from Public Works and from the same officials that testified when Bill 37 came up again for public hearing. The new version, of course, would allow for a better representation in the board, more autonomy for decision making, and it would allow for growth of the service. It would allow for growth into the village, servicing the village level. It incorporates a lot of provisions proposed in Bill 38, another bill introduced by Senator Tina Muñoz Barnes that talk about mass transit. It will eventually tie in with that. And it's supported, of course, by Public Works and by members of the 2030 Transportation Master Plan Committee. Madam Speaker, I'd like to emphasize that if the bill passed and signed into law, it would satisfy, according to Public Works official, the first requirements toward tapping into a potential $25 million federal funding, also noted in the 2030 Transportation Plan. And again, here we are, we're considering how to make a mass transit authority better. Version Bill 38 as amended, or rather as substituted, would give us that opportunity. And I would thank you for that, Madam Speaker.
On the motion, Senator Tenorio, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Refreshing to be able to talk about something other than Bill 51 for a change. And I want to pose this question to the committee. The composition of the board, as I understand it, has dramatically changed from the original version, and being an executive function, and the majority of the 5 members that are not to be appointed by the chief executive, our governor, would these be problematic in the organic authorities of the executive branch? So I know that the change had been reflected in the marked up section of the bill, but if the good gentleman would please respond to the possibility of an issue arising from the composition of the board.
So who are you directing your question to? The chairman of the committee or the author?
Senator Otta, I believe, was the one who marked it up, or was
Senator
it?
Otta, do you yield? Senator Palacios, I guess, wants to respond. Senator, do you yield?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Yes,
Please.
indeed, Madam Speaker. In fact, I have drafted already a floor amendment to allow for 2 directors, one each from the use of the Mass Transit Service Authority and one user from the paratransit group. And probably Senator Tina Muñoz Barnes will make that, but I'm prepared for that. We noticed that, so we're raising it up to actually 7-member, as opposed to the original 9-member board.
Well, could you give me a brief recess to consult with the good speaker from Chalampago or the Chalampago, so that I can take a look at that before furthering my comments on this?
But that's why we will discuss the bill as amended, or rather substituted, and then we'll make amendment as we go. Mm-hmm. And that's one part that I would
give a brief recess.
Both of us would like to.
Okay, we'll take a brief recess.
Okay.
bet you this will pass me for lunch.
No, I think those, again, eventually the Mass Council of Authority is going to review those names. So by this time, we will all full member authority.
See, I think Senator Palash's amendment here is the governor appoints the two, mayor's council, which we may have to change, then the mayor say, okay, we nominate, you select from these 4 mayors. So then he says, okay, I want these 2 mayors. And then those 4 guys will then receive nominations from at large for a member, for a writer, and one from the disabled community.
I'm gonna take like 2,000 or 2,500. Just in case I get nervous. Having a group background. Because in Vietnam, you're not really able to use not really able to use credit cards. I mean, we could use credit cards when we go to eat, but if you see something in the market, then there's a good hotel we're staying in is the hotel I stayed in the first time, but the spa thing is really good. The spa.
Tell me the truth.
What do you want? When I was like 23 years old, very young, I probably got get married. She hit my tongue. I'm not like that, but the first, I'm just like 1 hour on the legs. Can't go an hour on that thing. And then like 20 minutes on the, the deep, the hot, the massage, the hot oil massage on the head. This one. She was there for like 3 hours. DJ. And then she's stepping on my bag. You're terrible. The first night we got there, we went to dinner. The governor didn't want to go with us, but he said, I took you here, bring me back someone to massage me. So we had dinner and they were outside and then just massage. And this lady came up and the problem in Vietnam is the communication is really bad. Yeah. So Vince is like, you can't massage, come to the room. Okay, I'll massage. The following morning, the governor screamed at us because where did you find that lady? She was like a dishwasher.
He wasn't happy?
Yeah, he wasn't happy with the massage. And when we told him that we found her on the street, he screamed at us. I said, why are you asking us to use someone that can massage? She's like a dishwasher.
You guys are too fancy. How can you where? In Vietnam? Rory,
I almost missed
you're
my
like a
plane.
little king. I mean, he's like a little king, isn't he?
I almost missed my plane.
Yes, yeah, he has to be taken care of.
That's why you take care of me, Mama.
I'm gonna go through the draw paper. Come and meet his family, okay, and stop that. That's not nice.
Cars and king-size beds. How did you give him a brand new bed you never slept on, Dr. King?
Because how am I gonna move the damn thing? It was beautiful though. I never slept on it. California king. Grass bed.
Probably big mattress, pillows, hot
Everything. It cost at least $1,200 and I never used it.
Put all you and all your
Chihuahuas. My chihuahuas. It'd be too big for Vergara Heights. Where am I gonna put it?
No.
Yeah.
You can just build a big warehouse that's bigger than my entire
So I'm
house.
gonna put it in the warehouse?
Her warehouse she built is bigger than my whole house.
My house is right down the street from John Benedictine.
John Benedictine?
Vergara Heights. I'm not living there yet, but I have a house.
You've been paying the mortgage there for 5 years now.
2 years. 2.5 years. Can you believe it? 2.5 years.
Yeah. And put about $100,000 worth
More.
of.
More. I have the slowest workers in the world.
No, if I was able to get $100,000, I'd be slow too.
Stop it.
How come you don't want to go
And
with
she
that?
thinks it's cheap. I only paid them $1.
Yeah. But she probably gives $100 bills.
I'd rather go to Manila. Yeah, I think, yeah. Oh, tell them about it.
It's beautiful.
You want to try it? I'll let you try it. You want it? No, you have to try it. Why?
Because my car is charcoal.
Oh, you know who saw your car? See
You
why?
know what? They must have stripped it, right? They took out the rims.
See why I saw your car up and
They did. That was her rim.
he said it's beyond rehabilitation. He felt very bad.
Oh, CY saw his car?
Yeah.
How did CY see it?
I guess he went up there to look at it. Someone must have told him about it. He said it's beyond rehabilitation. There's no way. It's gone.
But they stripped it down.
No, they burnt everything.
No, they took the rims out, right?
No, the rims were there.
Right? The rims were there?
That's what I understood. Those are my rims, you know. Frank. Frank, those were.
I told BJ, I said, okay, they changed the color of your car, you lost your rims, but you know what?
Go talk outside, you're making him
they got-
sad.
they-
They're talking
they
about
got a
his
couple
car.
jet
Yeah, let me finish my.
The legislature is back in session. As Senator Tenor, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, of course, in consultation, and thank you for giving the opportunity to speak to my colleagues on this, because as we start to make this a better product, I want to make sure that it's going to pass muster and it's going to be effective in its final form. And with my colleagues, Senator Barnes as well as Senator Palacios, working in tandem with our capable staff, they are already mindful of an amendment which will be forthcoming, which will correct, I think, the major deficiency that exists in the bill and in its current form. So I rise in support of the bill with the request that in the event that, of course, an amendment comes up, I will speak on those things. But I want to thank the author for his fine work and trying to move the transportation needs of all of our community forward by virtue of Bill number 37. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. As Senator Palacios.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask the indulgence of the body. Notwithstanding the House rule, I would like to make a motion that Senator Tinamunya Barnes be the second co-sponsor.
Why do we have you do that then at the very end when you're on your closing? I'll give you that opportunity to
I'm
come
learning,
back.
Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. On the motion, are there any speakers? Senator Ada.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I think this Bill 37 certainly is a very important piece because it certainly will have an impact on our transportation system here on the island. Without a doubt, with the impending military buildup and the overnight growth in our population of approximately 40%, the flow of traffic on our island certainly is going to get a lot more congested than it is right now. One solution, of course, is to, in addressing that congestion, would be to expand the roads. But on an island with limited land resources, that certainly would not be a rational solution. So we've got to relieve that congestion pressure by providing a good alternative for transportation services, and that can be done through providing mass transit services. The startup of this transit services will come, of course, from an infusion of funds available from the Federal Highway Administration, which has earmarked $20 million for the procurement of buses, for the construction of maintenance facilities, and I'm not sure what other capital improvements will be eligible for funding under that $20 million. But at least with that initial funding, that will enable us to then get our system in place. The funding for the operation and maintenance, of course, of the system will come from the portion that is normally allocated from the highway funds that we receive and also from the liquid fuel taxes. So that would be the other piece of revenue that comes in to get this system going. Let me just go back a little bit. I believe it was in 2002 when the original Guam Mass Transit Authority was abolished for whatever reason. One particular reason was the fact that it was perceived that the agency, all it really did was it was appropriated money to operate the system. It turned around and it contracted out the services, and after that, there really wasn't much need for them until it was time to renew the contracts. Well, I think in order to have a viable transportation system, we have to have an entity that is focused on providing those services and that is able to manage it, is able to plan for its growth, and is able to plan to meet the needs as the community and the population grows. If you notice, previously we used to have an entity called the Mass Transit Authority. Bill 37 calls for the establishment of a Guam Regional Transit Authority. And the reason why that change is being made is because it recognizes that Guam's need for services really kind of differs by location. So, for example, the transportation requirements in the more urban areas of Dedido, Tamuning, possibly even Mangilao, the more densely populated areas, would have different transportation needs as you would find in the south, in the southern villages. And so, in essence, then, with this Guam Regional Transportation, we would have an entity that will be looking at establishing your backbone for the system, and then eventually should be evolving this system with services that will provide services that are more suitable for the requirements at the village level. If we look through the bill, we'll find that, as I stated earlier, the purpose for this Guam Regional Transit Authority is to plan services, to establish, develop, coordinate, promote, and own facilities and services that will support public transportation and public parking. The powers of the board are pretty much tried and tested in that it was fashioned using the Consolidated Commission on Utilities as a model. And so the powers that the board and the authority would have actually is pretty much a takeoff from the existing utilities and the CCU. We will be getting to the composition of the board of directors and amendments being made in that regard, and so I won't speak on that particular matter. I think the other significant difference that Bill 37 brings is that the executive manager will be someone that will be appointed by the board of directors, and that particular individual must possess certain qualifications. One is that executive director must have a combined minimum qualification or experience of at least 10 years of documented experience in successfully managing a public or a private transit system or business activity similar to or greater in scope. And also must possess a bachelor's degree, preferably in the field of business administration, city planning, urban planning, engineering technology, public administration, or closely related field. So this requirement is also similar to what you would find in the utilities for Guam Water Works and for the Guam Power Authority. The bill also provides for a transition, and we're basically going to reverse everything. When the Guam Mass Transit Authority was abolished, the existing personnel were taken and were made a division under the Department of Administration. And it was made a division under the Department of Administration, one of the many divisions, simply because it was thought that its only function was to basically manage the contracts that are given out to private operators to operate the system. And so all the employees were brought over from the former Guam Mass Transit Authority. Now with the creation of a Guam Regional Transit Authority, we're basically going to reverse that process. The existing employees, the funds, the records will then revert under this Guam Regional Transit Authority. However, we know that, of course, upon the enactment of this bill, the things won't just happen overnight. We're going to need to provide for a handover. And so, although the bill calls for, in the last section, that the board and its executive manager shall be established no later than 180 days following the passage of the statute, we're going to really need to provide for a little bit more of a transition, and an amendment will be made on that particular section in terms of what happens then in the interim. And in particular, that amendment will be speaking to the idea that in the interim, while that transition is being made, the management or the oversight of this activity will come under Department of Public Works. And in doing so, would allow Public Works then to begin initiating the necessary formulation of procurement packages, bid packages, to go out and procure the buses, development of bid packages to go out and to bid for the construction of the maintenance facilities, and to begin bidding for any other requirements that may be needed to get this transit authority back on its feet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Abbott, thank you very much for that very thorough explanation and for the way that you presented this bill with all of the markup by the committee. The chair recognizes Senator Rector.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I rise to speak in favor of the Bill 37. It's a phenomenal bill with some amendments might be needed to make it even a better bill. A mass transit authority that functions for everyone in our society is of critical importance to everyone in our society, and is a great equalizer when it comes to it. A person shouldn't be limited from getting a job or going to college or going to school or going to the store just because they can't afford a car or afford gas to be put in it. A good and functioning mass transit system is also environmentally sound. We know that it is more ecologically, how would I say that, more ecologically beneficial for an environment to have a functioning mass transit as opposed to having individuals driving repeatedly in our little independent modes of transportation. So this too, I think, stands in favor of this bill. I do, though, see a need for an amendment, and so I move to amend Section 6105, Part A, to add the following language at the end of line 10 that says, notwithstanding this or any other provision of law, the authorization to enter into contracts, lease, or concession agreements in a value in excess of $5,000. I am on page 7. Page 7, line 10. At the very end, to add this additional sentence, and I guess I'll start from the beginning again. It's being typed up even now and delivered.
Can we take a 30-second recess?
Sure, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, I picked up the wrong copy. Did I?
The one that says MU, ma'am. Yeah, they're the same, it's just that, well, no, it's not either. If you go MU, we're working off that one because it shows where we make the change.
So page 7. After line 10. So you guys were on the wrong. We're on the MU bill? Yeah.
Yes, page 7, line 10. And it's basically the same language. I'll put it there now.
You have it? Okay, so which one are we talking about?
Well, the motion was made to accept one with MU, and that was the motion that was adopted.
So which one are we going to work on?
I made a motion to accept this version.
Let's go to church. Which church are you going to? My mother's birthday. Okay, great. Show that, Tina.
I'm so used to sitting at the table. I'm sorry. I've been there for 4 years.
Oh, you were at this desk?
Yeah.
How do they determine who gets what desk?
How do they determine?
Yeah.
You guys drunk and Poe, I think.
Really? You were drunk and phoned me.
You weren't there. They just gave you a desk.
Notice you must think I'm more Republican. I'm relying on all the Republicans.
Leaning. The other desk.
He makes me look like an ultra conservative.
No, I wouldn't say that.
That yes.
Oh, yeah, you're right. We know you're a Republican.
But now they're telling us we're going back and using this one. Oh. I don't care who uses what one, as long as it says section 6105 at the end of line A. Right. Changed it again. No, because we're not, that one's not right. Because it's 10-7. It doesn't make any difference. As long as it's got section 6105 at the end of line A, or the end of section A. So which one are we working on, the line one or the not the line one? So we're working with this bill with no strikeouts. Okay.
The legislature is back in session. Senator Rector, you are recognized for an amendment.
Thank you. Let's try this again now that we're all using the same document. I would like to insert the following language to section 6105, subsection A, at the end of line 14 on page 4. And it's this language. Notwithstanding this or any other provision of law, the authorization to enter into contracts, leases, or concession agreements in a value in excess of $5,000 shall require a cost-benefit analysis, economic impact study, and legislative approval.
On the motion, on the amendment, Senator Rector's amendment, Senator Ada, you are recognized.
Madam Chair, I would have to object to that amendment. I think with this amendment here, it's putting us in the realm of micromanaging the agency. A $5,000 contract, my God, that could be a change of tires on a bus. Does this legislature have the time to be having to approve the contracts for things like that? $5,000? I think this legislature has other more important things that it needs to be doing. And if this body is going to be the one that's going to be confirming the members of that board, then we have to make sure that we do our due diligence, that we in fact are confirming people to sit on that board who we think will be able to carry on the business of that particular agency. I think the requirement for an economic impact analysis on certain things has had a threshold of about $500,000, but I just can't help but feel that when we start putting in amendments like this, it just really demonstrates the cynicism that we have and the skepticism that we have that this government is just totally dysfunctional, and we have to bring it in every turn that it moves, every turn that it makes. And I really don't, I think now we're getting into the realm of micromanaging. And so, Madam Chair, I do not support the amendment.
Thank you, Senator Ada. Senator Calvo, you are recognized.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have to agree with the earlier speaker. Again, we're a policy-making body. And policy-making body, we set policy, and then we move forward, and if it's enacted into law, then you let the folks that push the button, and those in an administrative level, to make those types of decisions. Again, we're having language here that is similar to the language that was placed in the previous bill that dealt with our solid waste problem. I would guess that the only positive about this amendment, as opposed to the amendment that was passed in the last bill, at least we set a $5,000 figure. If you look at the previous bill that was just passed, there was no $5,000 figure. It was any, again, contract. Take that, move that forward. If there is a fuel contract, and I'm saying because it's dealing with transportation, but if it's a fuel contract to be negotiated with one of the petroleum companies, then that would have to come through this legislative body. Madam Speaker, the last bill has been done. It's been said. It passed. There's going to be some issues with it. This one, I'm in favor of this bill. I just do not want to go into the same road on the same direction which occurred in the earlier bill. And so again, to insert this language, and though at least it has $5,000 as a floor before any action could be taken by this body, it still, I think, delves into the areas that should be left for those of the executive branch or the administration. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome, Senator Calvo. On the Rector amendment, Senator Guthridge, you're recognized.
Madam Chairman, Madam Speaker, I would like to make an amendment to the amendment.
Okay, please
and
proceed.
I think there's some good in this original amendment. I like the idea of cost-benefit analysis and economic impact. So it's a very simple amendment. I like to just read it if I can. The original language that says, notwithstanding this or any other provision of law, the authorization to enter into contracts, leases, or concession agreements in a value in excess of $5,000 shall require a cost-benefit analysis and economic impact study, which shall be made available to the public in accordance with the open government law. So we're dropping the last three words and legislative approval and simply replacing that with which shall be made public, which shall be made available to the public in accordance with the open government law.
On the Guthridge's amendment to the amendment.
Can I speak on the amendment to the amendment?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, the reason, Madam Chair, is I think that in executing due diligence, it really makes sense for frankly, all of our agencies to do cost-benefit analysis when spending public money. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's a very good thing to do, and I think it would be good if we could start doing it more in the public sector. So I agree with Senator Rector on that. And I think by making the information available to the public in accordance with the open government law, that will promote transparency, and that will also give us the assurance that when these contracts are entered into, that they in fact are in the best interests of the people of Guam. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. $5,000, you can amend it higher if you wish, but I think $5,000 is reasonable.
On the Guthers amendment to the amendment, are there any other speakers? Senator Ada, you are recognized on the Guthers amendment to the amendment.
Madam Chair, then, if I certainly would agree with, I would support the amendment that the previous speaker has made. However, I would, I don't know if it's appropriate at this point to make an amendment to the amendment.
No, we'll have to dispense with her amendment. If it passes, then you.
And then go back to the original amendment?
Yes. Then we'll go back to the main amendment as amended.
Okay.
Madam Chair, maybe to make it easier for everybody, I can include in my amendment.
Senator Guthers, one moment. Senator Ada, have you?
Yes. 500,000.
Okay, so wait, let me get other. I would allow you to close, but I'm going to recognize others first who would like to speak on the Guthers amendment. Senator Palacios, you are recognized on the Guthers amendment to the amendment.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for that. I rise in support of the Guthers amendment, of course, deleting the requirement for legislative approval. However, I would like to listen for further amendment following this. I think the amount of $5,000 is too low, and but essentially I support, at this point I support the Guthers amendment.
Thank you. Senator Palacios, Senator Munya Barnes, you're recognized. On the Guthers amendment, Senator Munya Barnes. On the Guthers amendment.
On the Guthers amendment, which would include the amendment, Madam Speaker. So, but in reference to the Guthers amendment, I will rise in support of that amendment. And if I could make a recommendation just based on some of the sidebar that we had here to include and just make that change.
When we dispose of the Guthers amendment, then I would recognize anyone who would like to amend the amendment as amended.
Okay, then I just rise in support of the Guthers amendment. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. On the Guthers amendment, are there any other speakers?
No objection.
There being none, are there any objections? No objections, so ordered. Now on the Rector's amendment as amended, are there any other speakers? Senator Tenorio? Oh, you, okay. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Okay, Senator Munya Barnes, then on the amendment that has been amended.
Madam Speaker, on the Rector amendment, so based on what was previously discussed and what we've shared with, I'd just like to change the amount from $5,000 to $15,000. Because it will then be consistent with procurement law.
Okay, on the Munya Barnes amendment to the amendment has been amended. Are there any objections? Any speakers? No objections? The amendment by Senator Munya Barnes is to increase the amount from $5,000 to $15,000, which will be in compliance with the procurement law. So are there any objections? No objections, so ordered. So now to the amendment as amended and amended again. Senator Tenorio, then Blas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the sentiments here. You know, I majored in public administration, and I have many colleagues in this hall here who have worked in a number of different branches and roles in the government, who've embarked on many studies. The cost-benefit analysis, the economic impact study, are kind of large and undefined terms, but I think we kind of have an idea of what they involve. An economic impact study for procurement of a contract of $15,000, I would hope, at the very least, is probably embodied and envisioned in our procurement process as it exists today. That we, before going out and buying things in certain sums of money, normally, in most cases, you try to get 3 quotes to compare. If you can get decent amounts, lower amounts, you try to get it for the same service, same quality, same standard of service that this government is seeking to provide in the interest of the people of Guam. There is really no definition here of cost-benefit analysis and economic impact study, and perhaps you don't need it. The reason I rise to speak on this amendment is when you start to look at the responsibilities that our government has, one of those would be, again, in my hope, an inherent and innate responsibility to provide the best services and the best products at the lowest possible cost. Does that, by virtue of obtaining the 3 quotes to buy an air conditioner, for example, does that meet the standard of cost-benefit analysis? What would then be sufficient to meet the standard of economic impact study? If you start to get into the threshold of $15,000, how far and how wide do you go? So how broad is this net that we cast that starts to talk about economic impact study and cost-benefit analysis? I hope the mover of this original amendment will speak to this. I don't think it's necessary to pose a question, but I assume that we're all here to try to make a better work product, a better bill, which ultimately makes for better government. But each one of these functions carry cost, time, and the dedication of personnel within our government. And what the vision is of all of us, I again, in good faith, is that we try to make sure that we provide the best product, best service at the best possible price, but we don't make it unnecessarily burdensome for a $15,000 procurement. And what exactly would be sufficient to meet that standard of cost-benefit analysis and economic impact study is still very much subjective and open to a wide spectrum of interpretation, the filters that all of us have as professionals. But I don't know, maybe I need to do a little bit more research on this myself, but I don't know yet that these terms are defined as it relates to this particular bill, let alone the rest of the government. But I understand the sentiments of the mover of this, and then I hope that he'll be able to speak with a certain degree of confidence of his own interpretation of these 2 terms so that we can have a better sense of what he's really trying to achieve. And I hope that they go along with what I've just finished saying. Jus Masi on the opportunity to speak on this amendment.
Thank you, Senator Tenorio. On the amendment as amended, Senator Blas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I can appreciate the amendments that were made to the proposed amendment in order to be able to try to make it a little more palatable. But that being said, I still have to express my my objection to the amendment. Madam Speaker, I look at what we're doing and I look at where it's going, and this is for the powers of the authority. We want to be able to put together a mass transit system that would be able to work and be for the people of Guam. And yes, it is in our power and our duty to be able to try to provide them the parameters and the tools and the resources to be able to accomplish this. But I think that with this amendment, it goes back to the earlier concern, the concern that was brought up by an earlier speaker, and as far as the micromanagement. of the authority. There's got to be some degree and some level of trust in these individuals of an authority that this body is going to be putting together. And I recognize, in as far as the amendment that increased the amounts that require an economic impact study and a cost-benefit analysis from $5,000 to $15,000. But you know how much tires cost, ma'am, for buses? And if we're going to have to need to replace tires on a bus, that's probably going to cost us about $16,000. We're going to have to go through that whole exercise. When already in our procurement laws there are those exercises. Already in our review of budgets, the budgets of these agencies annually, there's a process that where we can go back and we can look at how they spent it. There's a process that exists already amongst the constituents that they have. I'm sure that many of us in here have received emails of the constituent concerns about how one agency or another spends public monies, and that this agency and this body every once in a while takes it upon their responsibility to be able to call the director or to call that body to be able to answer these questions that are brought up. But until such time, we've got to give them that flexibility. We've got to give them a little bit more flexibility than what we propose to do in this amendment. And I understand and I recognize the fears that not only this body, but bodies nationwide have with regards to how public money is spent. And I think this body today has sent a strong message that we're going to watch on how you spend the money. But let's be mindful of what our responsibilities are. We don't have the time to have to come in here, and I'm glad that was taken out of the amendment, that it is going to have to need legislative approval. But how much more money are we going to spend to do an economic impact study or cost-benefit analysis on a $16,000 purchase? Somebody's going to have to do it. It's going to cost somewhere. And is that the best way to spend our public money? I don't think so. So with that, again, Madam Speaker, I object to the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blas. Senator Calvo, on the amendment?
Madam, I think
As amended?
I spoke on the amendment. I'm sorry.
Oh, you did already. Okay, because you had your hands up. Senator Uggan, you are recognized.
This is Masi, Madam Speaker. I guess when I look at this and this particular amendment, and I was looking at some of the provisions contained herein, and the amendments that were made in terms of the legislative concurrence as well as the increase in the amount, it brings into question, Madam Speaker, whether aside from a cost-benefit analysis, because anytime that a lease or a contract is being entered into by a government entity, I would think that the board, in conjunction with the executive manager, would want to initially take a look at, okay, is this a viable option? If in fact this is the direction and the policy direction that in fact the board wants to proceed, or even the executive manager, then what would be the cost and what would be the benefit ultimately in meeting the mandate of that particular agency? So looking at the cost-benefit analysis component, I certainly support it 110%. My question, I guess, in this case, Madam Speaker, and I think that I had a side conversation with the sponsor of this amendment, and I would like to see if he would yield, Madam Speaker, if it's okay if the sponsor of the amendment would yield, to a question that I have, because I think in light of the conversation I had with him, perhaps this provision can be modified or amended to reflect some additional concerns that were discussed. So, Madam Speaker, my question is really relating back to some of the comments by a number of our colleagues. If the agency is going to expend $20,000, would that agency need to conduct an economic impact study so that they can go out and spend $20,000 on a particular project or a particular lease arrangement? A good example, if they need to lease a copier machine, and that annualized expense would be in excess of $20,000, or in this case, $15,000, would an economic impact study be necessary to be able to allow the board or the executive manager to consider entering into such contractual arrangement? I think in that case, if it's an operational requirement, if the funds are available, if the cost is less than the actual output of revenues, then obviously maybe an economic impact study may not be necessary, but absolutely a cost-benefit analysis will be appropriate. So I guess my question, Madam Speaker, if the good senator can yield, is as it relates to an economic impact study requirement, would that be more appropriate towards, let's say, if the agency, outside of the provisions contained in the bill, decides to contract out or to outsource major services within that agency? I believe that perhaps the focus of the economic impact study may be directed in that direction. So if I can just get a clarification, Madam Speaker, on the amendment, the
Will
mover
the
of the amendment.
author yield to the question?
Yes, the portion for an economic impact statement did generally refer to the complete outsourcing of the system, or outsourcing of large portions of the system. When DPW presented their 2030 plan, the only type of system, public transport system, that they even considered was one that had at least a significant portion outsourced. And so we want to make sure that if there is any outsourcing occurring of public services, that they truly benefit the people of Guam, and that the people of Guam have all the information possible so that they know their public officials are doing what is best for them, and that our public officials have all the information necessary to make the proper decisions. Thank you.
Senator
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it responds slightly to my concern, because that explanation reflects the cost-benefit analysis component of this amendment, and not necessarily the economic impact study, which I was trying to get clarification in terms of why would an economic impact study be required. Another example is lease arrangement. If, in fact, I go out and lease on a monthly basis an office or a building facility at $3,000 a month, that lease, obviously for the duration of the entire year, would add up to $36,000 for the entire year, and committing those proceeds. Would I, in this case, have to go out and conduct an economic impact study rather than a cost-benefit analysis that's saying, okay, based on the provision of space or office allocation that is being provided in this anticipated lease arrangement, can we afford it? Cost, benefit, is it necessary? Is it a requirement to be able to continue to provide the services or the operations of that particular agency, in this case, the Regional Transit Authority? That's really where my concern comes in, Madam Speaker, in terms of looking at this amendment. I certainly, without any hesitation, support the cost-benefit analysis component, but when we're deviating from that, I think if I'm not mistaken, my understanding based on a side discussion was that the economic impact study perhaps would be more reflective of a change in policy and a change in direction in terms of where this transit agency would like to take the provision of services. Would they like to outsource? Let's say, for example, take a look at the South. Can they outsource the provision of mass transit services for our people in the South, so that, in fact, based on a cost-benefit analysis, it would be more cost-effective to move at outsourcing that? But then what is the economic impact study? Or what's the impact economically on our people? What's the impact economically on the ridership? What's the impact economically as an entire island community? Then I could see and envision where an economic impact study would be required, because that would be a deviation from the existing structure and mandate that allows for the provision of services based on island-wide requirements on contained in Bill number 37. So that's just a concern I wanted to share, Madam Speaker, with yourself as well as with our colleagues and the mover of this amendment. And I certainly appreciate the amendments or the additional amendments that were made on this primary amendment, because it certainly reflects perhaps the direction that we should take in terms of entertaining this proposal. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Agon. On the Rector Amendment as amended, are there any other speakers? Senator Espadon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I understand also the intent of the mover. However, again, as demonstrated just by the previous speaker, there are a lot of scenarios we can come up with that would actually be detrimental and that we'd have to ask ourselves in terms of setting this policy in place. You know, $15,000, there are a lot of scenarios where, I mean, let's take a very simple one. Say, for example, a bus breaks down, and it's because the lift for the disabled is not functioning, and that is going to cost a replacement, which would be in excess of $15,000. Do we leave that bus out in the cold and not pick up our riders just because we have to go through this whole process? I think one thing we need to keep in mind here is that the development of this mass transit system and a lot of the financing behind it is through the Federal Highway Administration. There are going to be a lot of rules and a lot of regulations that are going to be imposed on the use and expenditure of these federal funds, to the point that we don't need to micromanage this, you know, to this extent. And I believe that, and I'm in agreement with the previous speakers who again say we do have to have that area of trust for them to do their job to the highest of their professional abilities, to the highest of their analytical abilities, and to make the right decisions going forward. Now, another previous speaker spoke about, you know, the economic benefit, cost benefit, and then the economic impact in terms of what's going to happen down south and what might be different up north. Well, bottom line is this is going to be one system. This is one integrated system island-wide. And so we are going to task the board to make those decisions on what's in the best interest. Now, if at a later point in time we see some discrepancies, I think we can correct it then. But at this onset, to be very limiting, without acknowledging that the fact that a lot of the funds to put this mass transit system in place is going to be with the oversight of the Federal Highway Administration, then again, we are probably stepping across a line that probably should not step. So I also rise in opposition to this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Espadon. Are there any other speakers on the amendment to the amendment? Okay, there being none, Senator Rector, would you like to close?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And first off, I'd like to thank all my colleagues for helping me out in making this a much better amendment than it was originally. It's the experience of these learned senators that have gone through this and many times has made this a much better thing. That, you know, the reason we want to do this is to make sure that once again our decision makers have all the information necessary to make the high quality, good decisions that the people of Guam deserve. To make sure that we spend the people of Guam's money in the best possible way to benefit them. Sometimes folks will say, well, how much is it going to cost for a cost-benefit analysis? Well, that's penny wise and pound foolish. You know, it's funny because we just got through going through Bill 51. And it was interesting when I looked at some of the court documents in Bill 51, and I found out that DPW, Solid Waste Division, was spending over $4 million a year. $4 million a year.
I'm sorry, but we do have a member speaking. Please take your conversations outside. Please continue.
Was spending over $4 million a year leasing equipment for the operations of DPW Solid Waste, anything from dump trucks to excavators. And when the receiver took over, he spent a grand total of $1.4 million and eliminated all the leases. So what happened is, because nobody looked at the cost-benefit analysis originally, the people of Guam are losing $2.6 million a year for multiple years. $2.6 million. Now, one can guess that a cost-benefit analysis might cost a couple of bucks, but I can guarantee you it doesn't cost $2.6 million. It is important for us to make these learned, educated decisions so that we can best spend the people of Guam's money. You know, some concerns have been brought up about some of the purchases that might be made and procurement. Now, this doesn't cover procurement. It covers contracts, leases, and concession agreements, and in excess of $15,000 if they're asking for services or leasing equipment in excess of $15,000. It's important that we do these things. This is how we make the best decisions. This is how we be responsible to the people of Guam. This is how we spend money wisely. It would actually worry me, and does worry me, that anybody would want to enter into any lease agreement or concession agreement without doing a cost-benefit analysis. So I ask for my colleagues' full support in this and being transparent and accountable to people gone. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, I'd just like to rise to a point of information.
Please state your point of
The good
information.
senator said nobody took a look at the rental of the equipment. The employees took a look at the rental of the equipment. The employees brought it to the attention of management. The employees brought it to the attention of the governor, brought it to the attention of this legislature. We took it to the management and we took it to the administration, but we could not implement the changes. So the employees there knew exactly what was happening, brought it to the attention of management. Management did not act to do anything to change. All Mr. Manning did was implement what the employees already had been telling the leadership in that department.
We are, remember, on Bill 37. Okay? I thought you were going to talk about 37 and you snuck that one in. So, okay, so he's spoken already. We're going to call now for the vote. So all those in favor of Senator Rector's amendment that has been amended, please raise your hand. All those in favor. Motion failed. On the main motion, on my list here, I have Senator Barnes and then Senator Uggan. Okay, before we continue on with it, you're right. Before we come back for a recess for lunch, from the recess, we received the amendment that Senator Tenorio was working with Senator Barnes and Senator Palacios. So when we return at 2 o'clock, is it 12? Okay.
It's
at
12:10
2
right
o'clock,
now.
then we will pick up with Senator Tenorio and then others on the list.
A point of
The main
information,
motion
Madam
was
Speaker.
Munya Barnes and Frank Uggan.
Point of information. The good
Please state your
senator
point of
from GIGO has
information.
given me the opportunity to move on the amendment, so when we come back, I'll move on the amendment for that.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Then Senator Barnes, then you will proffer the amendment. Okay, we'll be in recess until 2 o'clock. In the afternoon, and the members present are Senator Munya Barnes, Senator Guthert, Senator Palacios, Senator Ada, Senator Respicio. Thank you very much for being punctual. We will start session as soon as we get a quorum.
wants it, and
I can tell Gina is the one you care about the most. I can tell she's the one you care about the most because you always fix your amendment. Ours, you just vote no. When it's us, you just vote no on our amendments. Right, Kat? She's the Karina? You're the Karina Annie. Okay, my dear. nearly just passed us because we passed Bill 51. Right? The governor said pass 51 and we would be very wise.
Vote on 51 and we will keep the riches.
And give it to him and he'll solve it. So. You guys don't want that bill solved, right? Oh, yeah.
The legislature is back in session. While we're waiting for an amendment for Senator Barnes, on the main motion, Senator Ogden's not here. We're going to skip him as well. So we're going to go on to Speaker Ben. You're recognized.
Just Masi, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the bill, although I do have some concerns with the structure of the bill, but certainly the intent and the wish of the authors to provide focus on the mass transit program as it relates to the implementation of its system for convenience and need of the general public to get around our island is, in my opinion, something that's way, way, way overdue. If you recall, when the original proposal to disband or dismantle mass transit in the form that it was in, which had a structure, a focus, and everybody knew where to go, and when you went to that place, their job was to see that whatever your need was with regards to mass transit issues, you had some place to go to resolve them. And it's not that the Department of Administration is not that responsive to it, but it's just not the thing that it does best. It's not in their training, it's not in their staffing, because this legislative body thought that the only thing, as one of my good colleagues mentioned, the only thing these guys did was sat around and asked the contractor, hey, how's it going today? You know? But there was a whole array of activities, of rules, of policy that had to be integrated with the private contractor who ran the system. The scheduling, but much more importantly, the customer concern and customer satisfaction of the system. You needed a government entity who was answerable to the people. The private contractor was not answerable to the people, you know. They had a scope of work and they were able to move forward, but as long as they met that scope of work, it really wasn't of their concern about how they came across and whether or not some things happened or not, or how they treated the people. Not that they didn't want to, but you know, all of those things cost a little more, take a little bit more time. And the more you provide things over and above what you're supposed to do to the minimum in your contract, the more of the money that goes into your pocket gets out. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't have money in your pocket. I want everybody to have money in their pocket, you know. But when you are providing a public service, the public has to have somebody that is accountable to them. And at the Department of Administration, they're accountable to the departments and the agencies that they service for the administrative functions that they provide. 52, 53 other departments and agencies of the government of Guam. And I don't blame them that they're not able to pay them the attention, because when we gave it to them, we didn't give them much. We hardly give them anything at all in terms of additional resources to take on the additional responsibility. And that's why I support recreating, reestablishing this Mass Transit Authority, or as reestablishing and renaming, and it now be called the Regional Mass Transit Authority. I don't know why. I don't know whether we're going to go to Saipan and provide transportation in that region, and now we're going to have a Didido North-South region. It's the Guam Mass Transit System, and that's it. No matter what we call it, we want it to be responsive to the needs of everybody on Guam that utilize the system. So in that respect, I fully support providing a focus and an accountability that the public can see and be and go to in order to ensure that their concerns with the system and its reliability, its cleanliness, its customer service is the responsibility of that agency first and foremost that they go to, and that agency is responsible to the people of Guam, to this body, to the governor, to its board of directors, to ensure that its customer needs and concerns are addressed. And I think this does that in terms of how it's structured. But I do have some of the concerns that I have in just the bill itself. And some of those are will be addressed and are going to be addressed with the amendment that's going to be proposed by my good colleague from Chalampagu. One of the questions I had and is that we create this authority, and then you say all the parking facilities and for parking facilities maintained and operated, except for the airport and the Port Authority of Guam, shall have the exclusive franchise within the government to collect administrative fees and so forth. And I'm just wondering what does this do now? Does this take, remember we just passed a law recently, I think that the Agana Library is under, parking lot is under the Agana Library. Does that parking lot move now to this Mass Transit Authority parking authority with regards to fees and so forth for that purpose? And I think that, you know, maybe that's just a legal question that needs to be resolved, but I do want to make sure that at least from my perspective that's resolved in terms of who then has that jurisdiction. Does the library maintain it, or does this move it over to them? And that was contained in 6102. The other concern I have, Madam Speaker, is just the structure itself. I don't understand the need, the reason and the rationale, and perhaps the author of the bill might want to elaborate on it. I'm asking if you will use it. Why does it need to be a public corporation? What is it that are inherent in the powers of a public corporation that may not be granted under this enabling act? What is it that we want them to do that they can't do in any other form other than a public corporation? And why are we creating a public corporation for the purpose of running the Mass Transit Authority? Why not some other structure? Why not an agency of the government? Why not an autonomous structure, et cetera, et cetera? So I'm just a little, I don't understand the rationale for creating a public corporation, because that is a specific legal entity that is invested and inured with legal powers that may be over and beyond what we are granting in this enabling legislation by virtue of public corporation status. And the reason why that may happen is that we have granted other entities within the government of Guam this public corporation status, and there have been court cases that have determined the powers of public corporations, maybe not even just in general, that are not in statute but have been created or interpreted by law as to the limits of the power of a public corporation. So I don't understand why we're creating a public corporation and not some other form of legal entity to handle mass transit, and if there's a specific need to do it in this manner. Is there any? So that's a question I have.
Would the author or the chairman yield to answer the senator's question?
Madam Chair, actually the provisions were fashioned after the Consolidated Commission on Utilities, and I believe in Public Law 2676, that particular statute which created public law and CCU, it's created as a public corporation. Admittedly, I'm really not fully cognizant of what other implications public corporation might have. But I believe all the autonomous agencies are public corporations.
No.
Then
I don't believe they are. I may be mistaken, but I don't believe all autonomous agencies are public corporations.
Would you gentlemen want a few minutes of recess and we can check the legal counsel before we move forward?
Yeah,
I think the author would like to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think the original intent of Bill 37, actually Bill 37 is a carryover of a bill from the 29th. And originally the intent is to reestablish the Guam Mass Transit Authority, and as it was previously implemented back then, with little improvement, more autonomy, and so forth. And that's why probably it's just the old language from the old statute. That is my understanding. And I'm not familiar as to the difference between public corporation and those things, but I follow of course, the presentation of the gentleman from Barrigada. But that was the original intent, and I probably it's just a carryover of the old law. I remember that it was to reestablish. That's the phrase used in the title, and that's the only explanation that I can give with respect to that, to the term used as a public corporation. But thank you.
Yes, I guess I'll just do additional research while other members are talking on the body and try to determine that. Again, absent knowing exactly what we wanted them to be able to do, that they couldn't do under any other structure, and that it requires that this structure be a public corporation. I'm just concerned about continually, fragmenting the government of Guam. One of the issues of my next issue here, again, is creating this whole different class of employees and allowing them to create their own rules and regulations, admittedly within the rules and regs of the entire government of Guam. But we just continually allow separate entities of the government to do separate things, and as we said in discussion on Bill 51, we're all one government. Well, we're not all one government anymore, because we don't treat everybody the same. One agency may decide to do this, one agency decides to do that, and the more we establish these shells, or these arms, and then we chop them off and we say you're autonomous or you're a public corporation, you're no longer connected to the body, except maybe that you're not connected to the body, but you're part of the body, and all these confusion lies, and I'm concerned about that, and allowing again this corporation to establish its own rules, its promotions. What's wrong with the promotional system that we have under the current Department of Administration, government-wide rules and regs with regards to employment, promotions, pay, etc.? What's wrong with that system that we want to give this entity completely carte blanche autonomy once more to go out and create its own? I have a very, very large discomfort with that, because I've seen what happened. We saw what happened, when we did it to the courts, when we did it to GPA, we did it to the airport, we did it to the Port Authority. I mean, these guys are, while everybody else is struggling just as hard with the realities of what we have and the resources that we have, these guys go and grant, raises totaling $10 million, $5 million, $4 million. I mean, an employee holding the same job specs and the same job title, working at RefTax, transfers to the airport and gets an immediate $40,000 raise for the same work, same skill sets, and here we're allowing that kind of leniency, leeway again. And I just have trouble with continually what I term to be, and it goes to dating me, balkanizing our government of Guam, like what happened to Eastern Europe. Every little enclave, kind of formed its own government, its own rule, until there was no cohesion. And what do we have? We have such a fragmented Europe that it took, decades to recover to any kind of coherent policy over there with regards to not only how they interact among themselves, but how they interact with the world. And I think that's what we're doing with this government and some of the policies we're putting in place. And I think for the personnel policy side, I think that continues that direction, and I have a very, very large discomfort with that. The other question I had, of course, is on section it's section 6105 powers, and it goes to the question of under K, it's now J. It says establish routes, schedule, fares, policies consistent with the purpose of the authority. Such services may be altered or modified only after adequate public notice has been given or proposed changes. And I wanted to kind of corral that a little bit more in terms of what may they change with just adequate public notice. And what is adequate public notice? Are we talking about fares that it's just all you need to do to change fares is provide adequate public notice? Schedules and routes, maybe that. Policies, I think that whatever we do, it shall be consistent with, let's define what we want to, and that I think these kind of changes should occur under either the administrative adjudicating law or the public hearing process that is required under that, and things like that. So that's a little bit more expansive than what I would like to see. And so absent any other, I guess, issue on that, I just think that some things should not be just changed with just adequate public notice, that it shall be, when policies change, I think it's got to be changed through the AAA. And so
will you be offering an amendment to that?
I would like to, but I don't know what they mean by such services. Is it the routes, the schedules, the fares, and the policies? Or is it other things that can be altered or may be altered only after adequate public notice? So I would offer that amendment. Such services may be altered or modified pursuant to the administrative adjudication law. And I think that ensures that the public is noticed, that there are guidelines, that public input is sought, received, considered, and that it then comes most to the governor for his approval, and then comes to the legislature for review and final action. But I think these kind of things need to have the formal process of receiving public input, consideration of it, et cetera, et cetera. And inclusive of that is the system set up to ensure that the public is notified and public input is received and considered.
On the amendment, Senator Ada.
Madam Chair, the gentleman from Barrigada certainly raises a very valid point, and if I'm correct, you're looking at page 5, paragraph J. Is that correct? About the establishing of routes, and that such changes shall be done only after adequate public notice. Correct. And that language was put in there because, as it is right now, the current schedule and routing is actually by law. And so to change it, we would have to introduce a bill, and so it really does not allow them the flexibility to be able to make the changes to be adequately responsive to the needs of the riders out there. So the intent here was to be able to change and be more responsive, but changing it only after having put out either through the newspaper. I guess the administrative adjudication process would be one way to do that. They'll hold a public hearing, submit it to the governor, come down to the legislature. The legislature has 90 days to act on it. If it doesn't act on it, it's automatically approved. So we may be talking of up to maybe upwards of 120 days to make a change in the schedule. So that's actually why that particular language was put in there, to give them that flexibility. Being fully cognizant that all they need to do is have one rider not have gotten the word, and then they wouldn't have lived up to the spirit of this particular notice provision.
On the amendment, are there any other speakers? On the Pangilinan amendment, Senator Pangilinan, you want to close?
Well, Madam Speaker, if the schedules are set by law, how are they able to change it by just giving public notice? Unless the law says you can change it, because if it's set by law, the only one who can change it is us. So unless the law says this is the schedule, may be changed by the authority upon issuance of adequate public notice, then it wouldn't be. And so that would be, so if we adopt this, that they can then make those changes because we're allowing them to do it only after adequate public notice. But I still want a better definition of what that is. Yeah.
Would you like to have a minute recess so that you can craft language in terms of what the definition should be? Okay, we're going to take a brief recess.
I mean, the
The legislature is back in session.
the administrative
Senator Ada?
adjudication route is probably provides them much more flexibility than they have right now. So conceivably, they could go out there, have a public hearing, get it done within a week, get it up to the governor, and then of course, once we get it down here, hopefully it can be mustered through for disposition. So I mean that's a lot. The administrative adjudication process is a lot more. It's an improvement over the current predicament that they're in right now.
Thank you, Senator Ada. Senator Ben, do you would like to continue then with your amendment to close, or? Okay, so on the Pangolin amendment, are there any objections? No objections, so ordered. Senator Pangolin, you still have the floor.
The other question I have is the qualifications for the general manager or the executive manager. Once again, we just reference an accredited institution, and the question I have is, the debate we always get, is it foreign or domestic? And so where's the accreditation from? Where's the institution from? So that we can clarify that issue and we don't have to debate that issue when we get an applicant that needs to be determined then whether the accredited institution that he's from is what is intended for in the bill. So is it an accredited institution from anywhere? Or, again, that's the question I have, and the intention of what that means that needs to be clarified in order to ensure that we don't have the confusion we've had when this kind of phrase has been used to set qualifications in the past.
Senator Guthridge, would you state your point of information?
Well, I want to clarify.
So you want to, point of inquiry then. Please state your point of inquiry.
I think, Madam Chair, we already have passed legislation that deals with the question of accreditation, recognized institutions, and how they're to be evaluated, huh?
Was that a general?
Yeah, it was general application throughout the government of Guam.
Okay. Well, we'll have to verify, but that would resolve the issue I have and the concern I have if that information is correct, and so I'll move on.
So we'll check with legal counsel.
Yeah.
So we're going to skip that and come back to it once
Yeah.
we clarify this. Okay,
Yeah.
you may continue then.
Okay. The other concern I have again is on 6203 under personnel. We're allowing under subsection C. And again, this is where we allow them to create their own and so forth and move forward in that direction. I have some real problems with that. But a specific problem I have is under subsection C, where you have each employee of the authority and its board shall be eligible to become a member of the Government of Guam Retirement Fund. And I just don't know of any other board members that are allowed to become members of the retirement fund.
Senator Ada, you.
Just a point of information. What was actually intended there was that each employee of the authority, and so that's the staff, and its board, and actually further on in the legislation here it talks the board is authorized to hire one administrative assistant. So it's actually referring to that one employee of the board. So the employee of the authority and yeah, the way it reads, it looks like the board members can
Right.
become, but that was not intended. It was meant for that one employee that's hired by the board.
So we're going to need a motion then.
I guess really if we had just said each employee of the authority, period.
Each employee of the authority shall be eligible.
Right, because
So and delete and its board. Is that what you're saying?
each employee of the authority, and then I know that at the beginning there was definitions that we gave for an employee, for who is an employee. I'll have to find that to clarify that, but that was actually the intent.
Okay. I knew that was unusual and that there had to be an explanation. So, I'm glad that was.
So Senator Pangilinan, you're going to make that
yeah, I would
motion
just
to
strike
delete
out and its board.
and its board. On the motion to delete and its board, there being no objections, so ordered.
And again, on subsection D, you would do the same. Strike out and its board.
On the motion to delete and its board on line 6, subsection D, no objections, so ordered.
The one other issue I had, Madam Speaker, is under section 6204, and that is the Guam Regional Transit Authority Fund, and it sets up the funds and requires audits, etc., and then it requires that they shall they shall file reports, and they shall 120 days at the end of each fiscal year, and that's like 4 months. And so I guess that's maybe reasonable for you to close out your books and so forth, although I think it's a little too long, but I'll defer to the wisdom of the authors. But the other concern I had was that they shall present special reports after the end of each intervening quarter. And I don't know whether the word intervening is necessary, just at the end of each quarter. I don't know what intervening does in terms of does it change the requirements and so forth, and how you would do that. So, but
Are you offering an amendment then to delete intervening?
yeah, how would you read each intervening quarter? What would that, from maybe just legal counsel on the.
Point of information, Madam Speaker.
Please state your point of
The
information.
intent here was that the authority would just provide really one report at the end of each year, as many of the agencies. But if for some reason the legislature or the governor wants a report more frequent than that annual report, so then they would be giving a report quarterly. within 30 days after the end of each quarter.
Okay.
So possibly then 4 reports a year.
If I may, it says intervening is occurring or falling between events or points in time.
And
That's
the
the
point
definition
in
of
time that's
intervening.
required is the annual.
Falling
So at the end of the
between
year,
events.
that's when the report is normally required. So the intervening quarters will be before the end of that year.
Yeah, I think just for clarity's purposes, I'll just strike out the word intervening and then it'll be just each quarter. And that'll be if requested.
On the motion, no objections, so ordered.
And then it says that the financial information presented in such reports shall be in accordance with the system of accounts adopted by the board. I understand that, but what if the system of accounts that they have doesn't answer my question? What is, and so I would think that to limit the response or the presentation and the information to just the report they generate, in my opinion, I think, doesn't allow for the oversight, the increase and so forth, because all they're going to do is send me their spreadsheet and say, here's the report. Well, that's not the question I'm asking, but this is the system of information or system of accounts that we have. So and again, it may be nothing, but I find myself having to clarify requests that I made because they're trying to get out of detailingly answering the information in detail, so they just give me computer generated reports and so forth. So I would just add at this, or as delineated by the requester. So if I ask them, if they say, what's your fare, and they said, well, our report of system of information doesn't break out our fares by route, it just breaks it up by region, then, and I'm asking for fare by route, I think they should give me the fare by route, rather than just give me the fare by region, because that's the system of information or system of accounts that they have. So, or as delineated by the requester, and that would just allow that
on the
flexibility.
amendment, or as delineated by requester at the end of line 9, are there any objections? Nope. Or as delineated by requester.
The request for information.
That's
that
on
was
page 10. Page 10, not line 9.
6204, subsection E.
At the end of the word board, add the words or as delineated by requester. Page 10, line 9. Are there any objections? Have you read it? On the amendment? No objections? So ordered.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I have another concern, and that is in subsection, in 6205, limited liability, we have under subsection E, we have this mix of insurance versus self-insurance versus limits of insurance versus Government of Guam claim limits. And all of that gets jumbled in terms of, what happens and who claims and who settles and so forth. And I don't know why we have those differing structures there, but I'll leave it to be. But I do have one problem that I have in subsection E, is that if anybody has any kind of claim against the authority now, or I guess it's still the Regional Mass Transit Authority, that the executive manager shall publish in the newspaper of general circulation in Guam within 10 days after the effective date of any policy of insurance purchase a statement indicating the existence of such policy and a notice informing the public where claims may be paid.
Filed?
Or filed, rather, I'm sorry. And really, that again, we're creating this so that the authority is accountable to its customers. And even in regular private business practice, if you get injured in my store, let's say, for example, I don't tell you to go file with the insurance company and you fight with the insurance company. You come to me, you tell me the accident, You tell me what happened, you file a claim or whatever, but I take care of it and I deal with you. And to slough it off to just an insurance company where there's no name and no face to speak and no public accountability in my respect, I think is just, and maybe that's not the full intent of this, but somehow I think the agency or the authority must be responsible for these settlements. The insurance company's there right alongside them to defend, whatever it is, but you can't slough it off on the insurance company. That's not the intent, I think, that we want of establishing a government entity that's accountable to the public. That insurance company's not accountable to the public. They don't care. They're there to fight every claim. And so you're not going to get any kind of, in my opinion, you're behind once you get to their arena. Once you walk through their doors, you're behind, unless you walk through with your lawyers and everything else. But when you go to an entity that is established to deal with the public, owned and operated by the public, then you're on equal ground. You're a member of that public, and you have rights. So it's just, I don't know how to work that, but I just don't think it's right that, when there is a problem, especially on a claim, we shuffle you off to the insurance company and hope we never see you again. The injuries occurred as a result of the operation we've run, and we have an obligation to try and work through that claim and give you, satisfaction and so forth. And I think this kind of, to me, is a bad statement of just saying, all I got to do is put in the paper and then don't bother me anymore, just go to that guy. And I don't want that to be. I don't want that to be the policy.
Would you like a minute to prepare your amendment?
Yeah, I guess. I do want to somehow try to see if I can find something that'll fix that.
Okay, we're going to take a minute recess.
Or, yeah. Am I right? No, I think, no, we moved on.
What? What part was that? Huh? Well, so man, I guess we get neat language that then it says come to the general managers or something like that. I mean, I don't think that was the, but I understand what he's saying.
The legislature is back in session. Senator Ban, do you have an amendment?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I think that why don't we just, for simplicity's sake, before I kind of get wild here and offer a complicated amendment, just put a period at the end of policy, and then strike everything else after that.
So on page 11, line 9, at the end of the word policy, put a period and delete off all the way to line 11. Is that correct?
Right, and then add the words.
Okay, wait, let's take that first. Because that's a period, and then you're going to add a new sentence?
Yeah.
So on that motion then, is everyone listening? Page 11, line 9, add a period after the word policy and delete the rest of the sentence from off all the way to line 11 where it says filed period. On that motion to delete, there being no objection, so ordered. Okay, Senator Pangilinan, you have a sentence you want to add after that?
Yeah, and it would just add that all claims against the authority shall be filed with the authority. So that you file there and then the authority works it out with the insurance.
So all claims against the authority will be filed with the authority?
Shall be filed.
Or shall be?
Filed with the authority.
With the authority. On that motion and amendment, are there any objections? No objections, so ordered. Wait, I didn't hit it yet. So you have a question? Senator Espadon?
Madam Speaker, it's not a matter of question. I think it's a matter if I may just amend that amendment to include, instead of putting the period after policy, it should be any policy of insurance purchased.
Okay.
Right? I mean, because the policy would not be clear, because under this title of this section, it's limited liability, and we can assume it's insurance, but again, just to make it clear that we're talking insurance as opposed to a policy that's set.
Yes.
You know?
Okay, so you're making, I know this is
So the amendment to amendment is not to put the period after policy, but after the word purchased.
okay,
add
so.
the word purchase and put a period.
All right,
I'm
so
sorry?
your amendment is to add the words
purchase
now
after
back off insurance purchase, period, after the word policy. Remove the period and add the words of insurance purchased, period.
Is that? Yeah. Yes, Madam
On,
Speaker.
on that
Just make it clear.
amendment by Senator Spauldon, there being no objection, so ordered. We need to go back and take care of Senator Pangalinan's amendment. And that's to add the words, all claims against the authority shall be with the authority.
Shall be filed.
Shall be filed with the authority. Shall be filed. On that amendment, there being no objections, so ordered. Can you please make sure that the clerks are able to get a copy of all these amendments?
Yeah.
Okay, Senator Pangilinan, you may continue.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, Section 3 of the bill brings us to the concern I've had with regards to this ability to go out and kind of establish your own rules and regulations for personnel and so forth. And, you know, these entities here have evolved over the years and so forth, but I would like to just try and you know, keep, at least stem the tide of the erosion of our government in terms of a unified policy for how we handle our personnel. So rather than doing it immediately from the onset at this time, maybe we should let the authorities set up, begin running its operations, see what it's like, and if it really just can't operate under the uniform personnel policy of this government, then maybe we should consider at a later date making that change. But, you know, without having tried it, we're just going to allow that erosion, then I think I'm not, you know, I'm not willing to support that at this time. I think we must try to keep uniform the policy of how we deal with our personnel, how we hire them, how we promote them, how we dismiss them, how we discipline them as much as possible. And rather than getting, you know, changing that with this bill, I'd like to keep that intact. And if there is, for some reason in the future, demonstrated evidence that it just can't happen that way with the Mass Transit Authority, then I'll consider that at a later time. So I would just delete, I would make a motion to delete Section 3.
Okay, on the motion to delete Section 3, Senator Senator Palacios, you're recognized.
As a point of inquiry to the mover of the, so without that, what would be then the process by which employees of the new authority may be hired and selected?
Under the Department of Administration's
Okay.
Human Resource Department. And
So do we have to amend this to include that, or is that already in there?
I think we would, legal counsel would, we would need to affirmatively, no? No, the legal counsel said it would be automatic.
Okay, then.
Is that
I
what
mean,
you're saying? Yes.
Just as long as there's a process, that's all. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Palacios. So on the motion then to delete Section 3, Senator Rector, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I rise in support of the amendment. We've seen with some of these other agencies, for instance, the Guam Memorial Hospital has adopted their own policies and managed to create a system where there is no recourse for their employees. They get to a point where they can have no further way to go back and appeal judgments by management, which has created an absolute disaster at the hospital authority, and I'd hate to see that repeated with this new authority. Creating rules and regulations and personnel policies is very complicated, and the ones the DOA created long ago have been through many amendments, and it's a pretty darn good piece of work. Why would we want to give a new agency this additional massive burden when they're not even established yet? So I rise in support of the amendment. Thank you.
On the motion then to delete Section 3, are there any, Section 30, oh boy. To delete Section 3, are there any objections? No objections, so ordered. Oh, I am, gotta be faster than this stick. Senator Pangilinan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the other concern I have, not really a concern, but maybe just technical stuff, is on subsection or Section 5 at the, but almost the end of the sentence, the additional language that under subsection B would be the Guam Regional Transit Authority is hereby designated a state agency for the purpose of receiving and dispersing financial assistance from the U.S. Department of Transportation. I'm not sure assistance is the proper word. I think maybe just grants. I don't know if they're termed financial assistance. I think they're termed financial grants or grants rather than assistance. And so I would change the word assistance to grants.
On the motion to change the word assistance to grants on page 13, line 8,
Speaker.
Senator Spaldon, you're
Madam Speaker, if we
recognized.
could just take a 30-second recess because we have somebody from the Federal Highway Administration. If we could just ask her if it would make a difference, then I think it would be wise to at least consult if that amendment is proper.
1 minute recess.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, and she was saying she wasn't sure, but she wasn't sure grants was a proper term, right? Because some of them may not be grants, so it'll be, federal funds.
The legislature is back in session. Senator Spaldon, you get the answer?
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. So and this is in conversation with the person from U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Highway Funds. And basically, instead of the word grants, perhaps the more palatable term would be funds, federal funds, if that's okay. So it's not assistance, and we won't use grants because there may be some monies that may not be grants. So again, federal funds would be a more general approach in that sense.
Okay, on the amendment then to delete the word assistance and replace it with funds, that's on page 13, line 8. There being no objection, so ordered. Senator Pangilinan, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, on Section 7 under severability, I think that, no, thank you, Madam Speaker, I think I'm done.
Yes, that's it? Nothing on severability?
Yes, I think that severability clause is fine.
It's fine? Okay, thank you very much, Senator Pangilinan. So, Senator Munya Barnes, you are ready with your amendment? Yes. Okay, you are recognized.
Si Diyos Masi, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak and rise in support of this very good bill, number 37. As the previous speaker was very gracious in his efforts to support this bill, especially with the intent and where we have to go there. Madam Speaker, I'm very hopeful as we reestablish the intent for this regional transit authority. I know that it will be better for our community. As you know, Madam Speaker, in the previous term, there was 2 bills in reference to this same matter that were introduced. And in that spirit of cooperation and commitment to working together, the same bills were introduced in the 30th Guam Legislature with that commitment to working together and knowing that we've come up to making the necessary recommendations, working closely with all the inputs from a lot of the stakeholders who were present at the public hearing, and also working with the oversight chair with the author of this legislation. I'm very hopeful that the good author of this Bill 37 would include me in this bill as we committed to integrating and working both bills together. And in that same token that the previous bill, but on that say, as I yield to the author who committed that, he committed that in closing he would make that that amendment. So with that being said, I will yield to the good author. But again, I want to thank him for his efforts, Senator Palacios' efforts in continuing to want to work together so that, and the ultimate end, when this bill that reestablishes the authority will give the authority the means to move forward in having and providing a more better transportation for our people within the community. Madam Speaker, it's important to know, as we know here in the community, with the influx of the military community coming in, with the need of a very viable workforce that is also going to increase with our community, with the need for our residents within the different villages to be able to access adequate transportation. I think it's important that addressing this bill today will move that process forward. I do have an amendment, Madam Speaker, that the good senator who spoke earlier from JIGO, Senator Tenorio, the author, Senator Palacios, myself, and Senator Adam, we had concerns that were brought up to our attention in reference to the composition and the makeup of the board of directors. And if my colleagues could look at the amendment before you, I'd just like to thank Senator Tenorio, Senator Ada, and Palacios for taking this time to work closely with us in legal counsel in your efforts, Madam Speaker, to strengthen this part of the amendment. So this amendment would read that we would replace subsection A of section 6201 of the bill to read, subsection 6201, Board of Directors, A, close parentheses, A, close parentheses, the board shall consist of 7 directors. Of these 7 directors, 2 shall be selected by and from the membership of the Mayor's Council of Guam. 2 shall be appointed by Imagalahinguahan with the advice and consent of the Legislature, and that upon their appointment, these 4 directors shall recommend to the governor the names of 3 additional candidates for the board of directors, 1 nominee of whom must be a representative of mass transit riders, and the other nominee of whom must be an advocate for the rights of disabled passengers. In order to recommend an individual to the governor, a majority of the board must vote to support said nomination, with 4 directors constituting a quorum for said vote. From these nominees, 3 members shall be appointed by Imagalahinguahan with the advice and consent of Legislatura. Each director shall serve a term of 4 years. All vacancies occurring on the board shall be filled by their respective appointing entity and in the manner outlined in this section for the balance of the term. All members shall be citizens of the United States and must be residents of Guam for not less than 5 years preceding the date of appointment. All appointments except the appointments of the members appointed from the Mayor's Council shall be to the advice and consent of Legislatura. And with that being said, Madam Speaker, in consultation with a lot of our colleagues who work closely with legal counsel to address the different concerns, including the stakeholders that were present at the public hearing and those who shared input on this matter, and wanting to make sure that the representation from those who rode the mass transit and those within the disability community will be heard. And I ask, Madam Speaker, that my colleagues support this effort. Thank you.
On the amendment, are there any speakers? Senator Palacios.
Just a point of inquiry, and perhaps maybe just for clarification. I understand that on the third line, where it says two shall be appointed by the Magalahin Guam with the advice and consent of the Latura. I would think that that is separate from further down where it says from these nominees, the three members shall be appointed by the governor with the consent of the Latura. So in actuality, there will be a total of 5 to be appointed by the governor with the advice and consent. I just want to make sure that that is how it's read, because
So would you like to respond to you?
But
so that's correct then.
yes, it is correct. But in the effort of making sure that the appointed members, which came from the governor and from the mayor's council, have a concerted effort and an input on the lists of nominees that they would recommend to the governor, and in making sure that we meet the requirements as based and as prescribed by law, that it would have to be through that appointment from the governor, but with the nominees being recommended by that board.
Okay, Senator Espaldon. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Palacios. Yes, right. You didn't finish. You want to continue?
No, I'm satisfied with that, but perhaps I can offer just an insertion of an amendment just to on the first two. I mean, the where it says two shall be appointed by the governor. Maybe we should insert two shall be directly appointed. That actually absolutely made it clear that.
No objection.
Oh, wait. He's making the motion to amend that two shall be directly appointed by the governor. So
yeah, with the advice and consent.
On that amendment, Senator Ada.
I think I understand what the gentleman from Chalampago is trying to get at, but actually, in reality, even the other three, the governor is going to directly appoint them. It's just that the names are coming. I'm just concerned that, we put in that the two shall be directly appointed, and the other two are actually still going to be the other three are actually still going to be directly appointed by the governor. I'm just concerned that, then we get into the turf battle of who's, so the governor is ultimately going to appoint 5, whether directly, indirectly, whatever. So I just will be concerned about putting in the qualifier, directly.
On the amendment, Palacios amendment,
I
Senator.
withdraw then that amendment.
Wait, they're speaking now on your amendment, unless you're going to withdraw your amendment.
I withdraw. I think it's sufficient on further down where it says from these nominees, 3 will be appointed. So I think that phrase there would differentiate the 3 from the 2 on line 3. So I don't think there can be any real confusion.
Thank you. Senator Palacios has withdrawn his amendment. Senator Espaldon, are you done, Senator Barnes, already? You're okay. So on Senator Barnes' amendment, Senator Espaldon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, if the author of the amendment would yield, and only because I don't think it's very clearly written. I mean, maybe it is clearly written, but it's subject to. It's just kind of a little bit confusing because first of all.
Do you want to ask your question first, then before?
Well, let me just frame it first. I mean, address the issue first, and then I'll ask the question if I may.
Please then continue.
Only because it says basically the first 2. There's going to be 4 who are going to be appointed. 2 are going to be selected by the mayor's council, and 2 shall be appointed by the governor. Of those 4 directors, they then have to go and recommend 3 names of additional candidates for the board of directors. Here's the first issue: 1 nominee of whom shall be a representative of mass transit riders. Are we saying? I guess the question is, who selects it, that nominee as a representative of mass transit riders? Is it the mass transit riders themselves?
No, it would be, it would be the 4 that have been nominated by the 2 from the governor and the 2 from the mayors. They will come together and give a recommendation listing to the governor for the other three.
Right, but how would
And-
you
and the
determine that they would
disciplines
be a
are noted there.
representative of mass transit riders?
Because right now I
Because
do
they
know
were
that
all-
there's regulations in place to those there are regulations in place right now that has the perspective on the types of riders that are with Guam Mass Transit.
Right, but when we talk about a representative of mass transit riders, you could actually get a representative out of Hawaii who has no affiliation but could represent mass transit riders. Now, is that what we're really intending to do?
We're looking at Guam.
Exactly, and that's what I'm trying to say. Can we get a little more specific
you
in terms of what kind of representation we're looking at? Are we talking about somebody who actually rides the bus?
I think.
Or are we talking
why
about
don't I go
somebody
ahead
who
and call
drives a
for
car
recess?
and will represent the riders? Because I would imagine that all board members would be representatives of mass transit riders. I would hope.
Okay, we're going to take a brief recess so you can discuss this with each other and with the admin people out there.
Huh?
Well, I did note it. All members shall be citizens.
I don't think we can limit it to that because they were permanent residents.
Yes, one of them has to be. One of them has to be a consumer of mass transit services.
You have to change that.
Services. So they have to be a
You
rider.
can't just say U.S. citizen.
I know what you're saying. The CCU operates with five. The CCU operates with five. Yeah. That's the problem.
The legislature is back in session. Senator Espaldon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that time to clarify and rectify the situation with the mover of the amendment and my colleagues here in the legislature. So we've come to a consensus on the amendment that should be made to this amendment. And if I may read it in total so everybody will note the changes. Right now it reads, Board of Directors, subsection A, the board shall consist of 7 directors. These 7 directors, of these 7 directors, 2 shall be selected by and from the membership of the Mayor's Council of Guam. No changes there. However, and then there's a comma, however, the next line starts with 2, and it should be, we have agreed that it should be 3. 3 shall be appointed by the governor with advice and consent of the legislature. So we changed the number 2 to the number 3. So governor now has 3 appointments to that board. The next line then reads, upon their appointment, these 5 directors, instead of 4, right now it says 4, we change that 4 to 5, these 5 directors shall recommend to the governor the names of 2 additional candidates for the board of directors. One nominee of whom must be a representative of mass transit riders, and the other nominee of whom must be an advocate for the rights of disabled passengers. And that's fine. In order to recommend an individual to the governor, a majority of the board must vote to support said nominations, with 4 directors constituting a quorum for said vote. From these nominees, 2 members shall be appointed by Imagalahan Guahan. So again, on that last line, or the next to the last line, it should be it should read 2 instead of 3. Shall be appointed by the governor with the advice and consent of the legislature. And I think that works out. The issue was basically with only 4 nominating, with only 4 directors nominating, there's the potential for a deadlock, and then the board could continue conceivably in perpetuity with only 4 members. And so that even number was not conducive to actually getting the rest of the members on the board. And so with this configuration of giving the governor 3 appointments before the recommendations, then we have at least a number in which there would be no tie.
Okay, thank you, Senator Espaldon.
Thank you,
I
Madam
want to make
Speaker.
sure that the clerks are able to get this and follow with
Okay.
the amendment. So the amendment to the amendment, are there any speakers? No, there being none, so there are no objections then. Oh, that's why I asked. Okay, Senator Ada, on the amendment to the amendment.
Just a point of inquiry. These 2 members that are being selected by the mayor's council, do they have to be then their names submitted to the governor and be for appointment, or do they appoint it directly?
Senator
No, the
Mayor
intent
Barnes?
was that the mayors are elected by the people of Guam, so the 2 appointees from the mayors would be within their council, and they don't need to be appointed by the governor.
Okay, if that's,
So the membership then are actual mayors.
yeah, I have no problem about
Mayors
who
or
actually
vice mayors.
appoints it. It's just from
Or
a legal
vice mayors.
standpoint.
Senator Agun on the Espaldon amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just a perhaps a point of clarification. I'm looking at this document and I'm looking at the changes in numbers from 3 to 4 to 3, and then on the second to the bottom, the last line of the first paragraph, it says, "From these nominees, 2 members shall be appointed," but there's only going to be 2 members remaining. So shouldn't it read something to the effect, "From these 2 nominees," or "these 2 nominees shall be appointed by Magalang Guam with advice and consent"? I'm trying to understand and follow this and track it.
That's a good point, Madam Speaker, because
Just for
even
consistency.
I have concerns about the language also on that last line.
Okay, we're going to take a minute recess for you to clean up that language.
Madam Speaker, we're ready. Okay, Madam Speaker.
I'm going to stop shopping there. Because I shop there all the time, and if you're managing it with that philosophy, I'm going to stop.
Okay, nice. Sorry.
The legislature is back in session. Senator Barnes, you are recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Correction for the record, Senator Munya Barnes.
Senator Munya Barnes.
Thank you.
What did I say?
Masi. Madam Speaker.
Yes, please state your point of order.
Okay, I would like, before we go into recess, actually submit an amendment to Senator Barnes.
No.
Oh, great, you guys.
I think, yeah.
I'm the freshman senator here, and you guys
You
are
know,
just,
you
go do
guys
it.
over there, you need to take care of that lady, okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is in order to them, yes.
Thank you,
Senator Munya Barnes. You are recognized.
Sidus Masi, after much discussion with my colleagues and just making sure that the intent of making sure that all the representations with the stakeholders are inclusive, I want to withdraw my previous amendment and substitute it, or just substitute the amendment that's on the floor with this amendment that is before you, that has just been passed out.
I think it's important if you read that particular amendment because it
Okay,
looks
I'll read
very
it for the record.
identical, and we want to make sure everyone has the right copy since there's
sorry,
no markings on the right-hand side.
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, point of order. Just
Yes,
in
please
terms
state
of,
your point of
in terms
order.
of the presentation and to ensure that we minimize any confusion, I think she was moving in the correct direction, withdrawing her initial amendment, which was on the floor, and then proffering this. So I would recommend that we go back to that format. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We did.
Yes. She said that earlier that she's going to withdraw the amendment and
then-
she would substitute it with this. So, but you're right. So she's going to withdraw the previous amendment, and she would like then to offer a separate amendment. Okay. So please allow the senator to discuss the amendment, the new amendment.
Thank Sidus Masi again. Madam Speaker, then, for the record, I'll go ahead and read it. It's to replace subsection A of section 6201 of the bill to read, Section 6201, Board of Directors. A, the board shall consist of 7 directors. Of these 7 directors, 2 shall be selected by and from the membership of the Mayor's Council of Guam, and 3 shall be appointed by Imagalahin Guahan with the advice and consent of Legislatura. These 5 directors shall recommend to the governor the names of at least 4 additional candidates for the Board of Directors, 2 of which are representative of mass transit riders and 2 who are advocates for the rights of disabled passengers. In order to recommend an individual to the governor, a majority of the board must vote to support said candidate with 4 directors constituting a quorum for said vote. From these recommendations, 2 directors shall be appointed by Imagalan Guahan with the advice and consent of Legislatura. Each director shall serve a term of 4 years. All vacancies occurring on the board shall be filled by the respective appointing entity and in the manner outlined in this section for the balance of the term. All members shall be citizens of the United States and must have been residents of Guam for not less than 5 years preceding the date of appointment. All appointments except the appointments of members appointed from the Mayor's Council shall be subject to the advice and consent of Legislatura. Madam Speaker, I thank this august body for working diligently with me to correct what was first presented, and I ask that my colleagues support this presentation as proffered.
On the amendment, the new amendment, are there any discussion on the Barnes amendment?
Munya Barnes amendment.
Munya Barnes amendment. Tello, Titagui, you recognize. Senator Titagui.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay. I do support this amendment, but I would like to amend this amendment to include, which the good senators should have in their hand by now, on the area under 6201, where it says each director shall serve a term of 4 years. I'd like to include there to add initially 3 directors shall serve a term of 2 years from the date of confirmation, and 4 directors shall serve a term of 3 years for the date of confirmation unless sooner removed by the governor.
And that amendment is going to go
right after, starting the second paragraph, where it's right after the 4 years. It starts off, each director shall serve a term of 4 years, and then this amendment would come into play.
Okay, on the amendment to the amendment, are there any speakers? Senator Ada, you are recognized.
Madam Chair, I think probably the intent of the amendment is to establish basically staggered terms, and I think unlike the CCU where they are elected and they stay in that seat unless they resign or are not re-elected, with this particular board, because they're being appointed, usually what happens is when, for example, take for example, if this board gets established this year, and there's right now as it stands, was it 3 directors shall serve for a 2-year term. Let's say those, and of course we don't know which of the 3. Are we talking about the 3 that came from the mayor's council, 3 which came from the governor? But then in reality, what it all comes down to is when the administration changes out in 2012, a year and a half from now,
11.
Yeah. You know, usually the practice is that the directors submit courtesy resignations, and then everybody starts all over again. So I think for an appointed board, the staggered term concept won't work. Unlike the CCU, for example, which is an elected body. Thank you.
On the amendment, Senator Guthertz. Okay, so there are no speakers, and Senator Pangilinan, no, I haven't called. Okay, on the Titagui amendment, Senator Espadon.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I understand what the author of this amendment is trying to do. However, again, when we start taking a look at what we're trying to do, again, one of the questions I had in my mind, which 3 of the directors are going to have the 2-year term, and which 4 have a 3-year term. It's not specified here, and that's one of the problems with this amendment. The other problem I think that we should be concerned with is that really when we start talking about setting up this mass transit system, it's going to take a lot of work to just put it in place and make sure that we work well with the authorities who are going to be responsible for this, including the federal highway people. And so when you have this short period of term, and this is just even from my own experience here at the legislature, sometimes that 2 years is not enough to really get into some real problem solving for the long term. And then you replace somebody who just is starting to get accustomed to all the terminology and all the idiosyncrasies and requirements of federal highway, and then you get replaced. So I'm not really sure that this is in the best interest of the mass transit system at this point in time. So with that, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
On the amendment, tie degree amendment, there being none, I'd like to ask the mover of the amendment then if she'd like to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate both of the previous senators' opinion with this, but what we're trying to establish here is continuity and stability. It's obvious that the CCU has put this in place, and it works very well. You're looking at having a board at one period of time, completely nobody knowing what has been going on in the event that none of them come to play on the board again. So once again, it's about stability and continuity with regards to this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome, Senator Taitigui. On the amendment, the Taitigui amendment, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Amendment fails. On the original amendment by Senator Barnes, are there any objections? Oh, do you want to close? I'm sorry. Would you like to speak, Senator Pangilinan?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Speaker. I wanted to just comment on the amendment, and maybe, not that he listens to me, but it doesn't stop me from trying to provide some advice to the governor in making the nominations and what is going to be required in order to make sure this thing works. And one of them, of course, is the constitution of the board and the skills possessed by the different board members that go into running a successful mass transit organization. Mass transit is dependent, of course, of government financing and its ability to generate funds through grants and other methods of injecting additional money than what the local government will provide. There is current funding that is provided under the fuel surcharge that goes to the Mass Transit Authority for the operation of a mass transit system. But it's very, very clear that that's not enough, and that in no jurisdiction will you ever find a mass transit authority really that is not subsidized in one way or another from the public coffers. That the fare box revenues, the other advertising revenues, special charter revenues, and things of that nature are never really enough to support the service to the extent required by the people that it serves. And so you have to find that creativity for generating these kind of additional resources coming out of your board. And we have designated board members in this regard that are serving in positions and will serve on the board by virtue of being elected to the position that they sit in. And of course, we're talking about the mayors. And those individuals out there are quite creative, Madam Speaker, in terms of the mayors. We see them struggle every single day delivering resources to their community with meager resources that they have. And so I feel confident about that. But I wanted to plead on the governor and put on the record asking him, and then of course the 5 board members that will choose the other 2, to consider the type of skills that will complement the skills they possess, that they may lack, and to augment then the ability of this board to get creative and to put together a program that will be successful for the delivery of these services. And we're talking about people that understand finance, that are well-versed in accessing financial markets, looking at expenditures and costs and giving guidance on how to best align those so that the operation is efficient. You're looking at marketing requirements. Even though people think that mass transit is a government service and you have no other choice, that it doesn't require marketing. It absolutely requires marketing to find and build a ridership base that is going to provide the maximum resources from fare box revenues, etc., for the operation of the system. So you need somebody who's creative in the marketing aspect and those areas that can attract the additional riders needed to support the services that the system provides. You're looking at, maybe somebody, even an engineering background will help, who understands, in the intermingling and interconnection of the different components of the infrastructure needed to ensure that the buses are efficient, repaired, serviced on time, schedules developed to make sure that there is a system and a methodology for doing this. A lot of this is going to come from your contractor if you contract that service out, but you have to have somebody from the policy level who understands it, can see it, can frame it, and can get the organization to move in that direction. So this is very important, and I wanted to express these ideas and highlight these concepts so that when the board members are organized and selected, that this is the guidance that they will have. I thought about, being dogmatic coming from this body and saying one shall be this, one shall be that, etc., etc. But because, again, this is a new board, we're going to try and give them the opportunity to make that selection, give them the necessary, not legislative interference, but legislative guidance with regards to the constitution of the board and the special skills needed by the board members to make this thing cohesive and efficient and ensure success in our efforts to provide public transportation services to the people of Guam who need it most. And so I just wanted to do that. I think the board as structured here and so forth provides that opportunity for those kind of skills to come together under this appointment process and hopefully wish and beg that those members that are initially put on there consider these these thoughts and act accordingly, and I trust they will, because I trust they will act on behalf of and in the best interest of the ridership that it serves, and of course the people of Guam that the whole system will serve. So, Sidus Mase, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Pangilinan, and we also do have the power of confirmation, so we can assure that from this body. The next speaker on the list is Speaker Wampat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to take this one step further, what the former Speaker Pangilinan was addressing, and I wanted to present this to our colleagues as well, because this is very similar to a bill that that's on the agenda that's going to sit in the board, and I was thinking about it, that I think we need to really clarify the type of individuals that we want to place on these boards, because they're making very important decisions that's going to affect the livelihood of the transit. So I would like to proffer an amendment for the 3 individuals that are going to be appointed at large. I'm not taking anything away from the 2 who are riders and advocates of the transit, of the persons with disabilities. But I would like to have 1 member there who shall have accounting experience or professional background in accounting. At least 1 member shall have experience or professional background in marketing or advertising. And then the last would be to have at least 1 member who shall have legal experience or professional background in law. That's my amendment for the 3 members.
What do you propose to place that on the?
I guess what I would like to do is make that the second paragraph before each director. So that would describe the 3 individuals that's going to be appointed by the governor. I'm trying to find the recent one. No, it's changed, yeah. Where it says, 3 shall be appointed by the governor with the consent. Oh, yeah, you're right. I see what you mean. Right after that, where it says, and 3 shall be appointed by Magalahan Guahan with the advice and consent of the legislature. And then it will be 1 member shall have then the experience in accounting, the 2nd in marketing, and the 3rd with law, professional background in law.
On the WAMPAT, did you want to discuss it any further, Madam Speaker?
No.
On the WAMPAT amendment, I see a lot of hands up. I'm sorry I didn't. I think I'll go to the chairman first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly the amendment that was being proffered sets up for really the ideal board. The problem is that these folks, it's going to be, I'm concerned that if these folks are not available to serve, we may then cripple the board from the get-go, because then we have basically just the 2 members from the council, and until the governor is able to find a lawyer, an engineer, and an accountant who's willing to spend their time on the board, we're going to be starting off with just 2, and we're going to be stuck there. I would go, the gentleman from Barrigada earlier indicated that I think the spirit here, at least the desire, and we've got to give him the benefit of the doubt, the governor, that he will in fact appoint people with that kind of background. But if for some reason he does not, then so be it, and I'm sure he's going to find people who's just going to be as good as the next lawyer, as good as the next engineer, and as good as the next accountant that would otherwise be willing to serve. So I would not be supportive of the amendment because of the crippling effect that it would have at the outset.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Senator Uggan, on the WAMPAT amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, listening to very intently to what the Speaker had proffered here and what the Speaker Pangilinan had also highlighted in terms of his recommendation to the Chief Executive in making these appointments, I think they're very, very applicable in this case. My question and my concern is really when you're looking at an accounting expert, when you're looking at marketing and advertising expertise, and when you're seeking legal guidance. There are provisions contained in this bill, Mr. Speaker, that basically provides for some of these aspects to be represented appropriately in the management and in the administration of the Regional Transit Authority as proposed. And I say this because, first and foremost, I think that when it comes to prerequisites and requirements for executive manager, certainly in conjunction with having that degree, I would think that we would want someone with the additional expertise, such as having managed or have some form of background in mass or public transit activities. Also, in conjunction with that, here is an authority that we are on the verge of reestablishing. Major issues that will come up are the financial components. I would anticipate that this executive manager may want to move in the direction of hiring a CFO, hiring an accounting expert, so that that accountant or that individual can provide sound financial advice and accountability of the finances, the revenues, and the expenditures to the executive manager, and in turn provide feedback to the board of directors. Or that executive manager could conceivably have that additional financial expertise so that in fact it's all encompassing. Then you look at the legal aspect, and I think that there was an amendment provided here where perhaps the Office of the Attorney General will be able to provide that legal guidance if it's the decision of the board and the policy of the board as well as the decision of the general manager. So you look at those three expertise. I think that I take this amendment to state that in fact those are critical components of establishing an entity that will be representative of the people of Guam, an entity that's going to provide public service. And these are all critical, and I anticipate that during the discussion of the executive manager position, I anticipate that during the discussion of the legal component of providing legal representation under the Regional Transit Authority as established by this proposal, and I also anticipate that there's going to be some flexibility in this legislation that would allow for a marketing or an advertising expertise to be recruited and hired internally, or perhaps subcontracted out, so that in fact there's that expertise provided to not only the executive manager but also the board. I bring this all up, Mr. Speaker, only because when I look at any individual that has been appointed in the past, and I look at members of boards who are presently or sitting, or individuals who are presently sitting in existing boards and commissions, I have seen some individuals who have literally volunteered themselves, extended themselves in public service, and have done a fantastic job in terms of representing our people and ensuring that not only are they there, serving on the board, actively participating, supporting the employees, and moving in other directions, but they make it a point to be able to acquire sufficient expertise in these particular areas so that in fact any policies that they make on behalf of that government entity certainly reflects what's in the best interest of the people of Guam. So Mr. Chair, I share that with you because I think also another component with the accounting is if we're going to reach out and try to highlight 3 additional representatives on the board, then perhaps we're on the verge of receiving about $20 million in federal highway funds directed towards the Regional Transit Authority, possibly under the guise of the Department of Public Works, so that in fact this entity can be reinforced and provided the financial support within the next 3 or 4 years. In the economic stimulus package, I also understand there are additional millions of dollars available for mass transportation requirements. So just in light of that, shouldn't we have someone who has expertise and experience in federal grants and being able to acquire those grants? I bring that up as an example, Mr. Speaker, because I think that in that case, it would be the responsibility of the executive manager to make sure that he or she has the best team possible that would be cross-representative of the requirements of that agency. Not only the administrative component, but would be truly representative of the accountability aspect and providing financial statements to the appropriate individuals of that authority, inclusive of the board of directors, as well as providing the marketing and the advertising expertise in conjunction with the legal advice. So I only bring that up as a follow-up example. Why don't we extend this to 4 members appointed by the chief executive, which would include perhaps federal grants, experience and background, so that in fact we can be assured in our confirmation process that these individuals or these expertise is represented on that board. So, Mr. Speaker, I certainly stand here not necessarily opposing the proposal, because all of these concepts will be, and if not, are already incorporated in this bill through other provisions contained herein. So I certainly understand the rationale behind the appropriate representation and the expertise that they're recommending be part of this entire process, because when you're receiving $20 million, or be it $5 million or $2.5 million from the fuel tax, obviously we want to assure the people of Guam that whoever's sitting on that board setting policies, and whoever the executive manager is, and whoever the personnel staff members are, that they certainly reflect the requirements of our people, and the issues that have been brought up, not only by the sponsor of this amendment, but also the previous speaker, certainly reflects that concern. And I certainly would like to reinforce that particular concern. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Argan. Senator Director, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Or would it be Vice Speaker? Mr. Speaker. Okay, I want to make sure I got that straight. Yeah, I too understand the intent of the maker of the motion and the intent of the motion, and I do support his intent. Of course, we want to have the highest quality board members possible to serve the people of Guam. That being said, I've worked with lots of boards, and sometimes we find people with impeccable qualifications and great degrees that aren't really all that great of board members. And then we find other folks that have the qualifications of living a long and challenging life, but not any paper to back them up, that make incredible board members. And I think if we're giving the governor the ability to appoint, that he will appoint good board members that he'll send down to us, that will best serve the people of Guam. So I stand not in support of the amendment. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Rector. And as you exercised it today, we have the power of confirmation or not. Senator Gutherds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, when we look at boards and commissions in the government of Guam and memberships of boards and commissions, generally these are citizen volunteers. These are folks that normally are tapped by the governor and asked if they'd be willing to serve on a particular board to execute a specific duty over that board. And I'm just afraid that if we become too narrow and too specific, saying that to be on this board you have to have an accounting background, or you have to have a marketing background, or you have to have a let's say an engineering background or a legal background, that, you know, we're really locking out a lot of good people from public service. And I think it's justified in certain areas that require certain specific talents and abilities on a particular board. But that is frankly very rare in terms of our government, I believe. We have some very good examples of very, very good boards, including the Public Utilities Commission, including the CCU, which is made up of a cross-section of our community, I believe. You have professionals and others sitting on that board that's really acted pretty good. And we have other examples of good boards where the individuals are not specifically appointed because of the narrow criteria. Now, if it's the medical board and they have to be physicians, that's a different story. If it's a board that requires a specific ability to understand a specific professional area, that's a different story. The only position that I would like to see identified, as aside from those that have already been identified in this bill, really is a Manunko. And I would like to amend Senator Wampat's amendment simply to say that one of the board members appointed by the governor must be representative of the Manunko. And let me tell you why. This morning K57 called me, and I was on the radio, and an elderly gentleman called up. You know this man, his name is Gus. He always calls K57. His biggest concern is transportation for the elderly. And he, of course, identifies himself as a Manunko who's currently going through some really serious difficulties getting senior busing to his dialysis appointments and to his other medical appointments. And he told me, and this is over the air, live air this morning, that there's something going on at Public Health's bus service for the Manunko. A lot of the buses aren't operating, and they're not able to help the Manunko who depend on that bus service to get to the dialysis services and to their medical appointments. Now, in this bill, Mr. Speaker, I don't recall seeing any provision in this bill that specifically addresses transportation for the Manunko. And I'm thinking we may have to add that as one of the mandates in this bill. But at this point, I would like to amend Senator Wampat's amendment to simply say that among those appointed by the governor to this transportation board shall be a member representative of the Manunko.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. We are dealing with an amendment to the amendment.
Oh, this was an amendment to the amendment?
Yes, so with that, I would think we need to first dispose of the amendment to the amendment, and then from there we can move.
So I don't think Senator Wampat's is just an amendment to the section right now.
It's not an amendment to the amendment, I don't think.
No, I don't think the original.
Or it is an amendment to the amendment? Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, two.
maybe I'm losing track, but I don't think that original amendment was adopted.
I'm sorry, I stand corrected,
Okay.
Senator Calvo, you're correct.
Okay, I'll wait, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Senator Palacios, you're recognized.
Jesus Mose, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I share the sentiments of the chairman with respect, of course, to the one-part amendment, that the one-part amendment being an ideal state of composition of the board. I'm afraid, though, that such an amendment, if it were to go through, would seriously narrow the available candidates to serve. And I share also the sentiments, or rather the observation and comments of the senator from Jonia with respect to the talents and expertise available to the authority, that I think they will be able to either pay for it or hire for such expertise. I think that the board, once constituted, would be able to identify what they don't have and perhaps go out and then acquire such talents or such expertise when they hire the staffing for the operation of the authority. And also with respect to maybe awarding for the operation or the contract, whatever the case may be. But I don't believe that without the one-part amendment that the board or the authority would ever be in danger of suffering from such shortcomings. I think the authority as it is would be safe with the way that it's constituted now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Palacios. Are there any other members who wish to speak on the one-part amendment? Can I have everybody's attention for a second? Any other members wish to speak on the one-part amendment? There being no speakers, since there is objection, I'll call for the vote. Those in favor of the one, well, several people have gotten up and all those in favor, please raise your hand. One. Motion, amendment fails. It didn't pass. I haven't, Senator. Back to the original amendment by Senator Munya Barnes. I believe the speaking order at that point was Senator Uggan on the main amendment. No, he wanted to speak before you made your amendment. I had his name down. We'll take a short recess. I know that the mover of the amendment considers me an elderly person, but I do have a memory. We're back on the original Munya Barnes amendment, and I believe the last speaker before, at least on the list that I had, the next speaker was Senator Uggan. He asked to be recognized to speak on the main amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll make this very brief. Considering one of our colleagues in the back of the room said he's going to speak again. Well, apparently this is on the primary amendment. Mr. Speaker, I think that I wanted to stand up and make a comment about two individuals that will conceivably be sitting on this board of directors that will be representative really of the transit riders in conjunction with our population of individuals with disabilities. I wanted to just highlight that portion, primarily because I think that when you look at the ridership of the mass transit as it is today, I think that primarily those who are active riders should be rightfully represented on this board, and then those who have disabilities should be rightfully represented on this board, because those are the two sectors of the community that are actually using it on a more regular basis. And I say that primarily because we've heard repeatedly, even if you take a look at the committee report, there were a number of individuals that came out from the population of our people with disabilities, and there were also a number of riders that came out and said, yes, we support this legislation, Bill number 37, because something has to be done to be able to improve what is presently in place. So just on that note, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to highlight that and reemphasize that I think if you look at this amendment, it certainly emphasizes that we're going to the consumers and the potential consumers in the future and allowing them proper representation on this board. And for that reason, I commend the mover of this amendment for ensuring that that is part of the overall consideration when it comes to the composition of the board of directors. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Dragon. Are there any more speakers on the Munya Barnes amendment? Senator Gutherts? No, she spoke on the Wampat amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ensure that in this provision there is a mention of the need for a representative of the Manunko, because they are also among the highest users of the current mass transit system on the island. And they're the ones who also, in addition